Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Ms. Bartleman will be introducing Ms. Rupert School to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Mrs. Bartleman?
Yes. Do you want to pull down the screen so we can see them? Are we not?
Just give them a moment. You just don't have to.
Brianna, hands down.
Okay, there they are. This morning, Ms. Diane Egan and the students of Atlantic West Elementary School will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. All rise, please.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here to introduce my awesome Eagles. I'm Mrs. Egan, the proud principal of Atlantic West Sprouting Steam Museum Magnet School of Distinction, and I'm here with Ms. Gottlieb's 4th grade class under the direction of Ms. Guru.
Class salute pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, with the stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bursting in air, gave proof to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sing us the star-spangled banner yet wave. Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
You all did an amazing job. Enjoy your spring break. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment, at this time it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. March 5th, special expulsions. March 5th, 2019, special expulsions.
So moved. Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Bartleman. Is there any discussion? Yes, Ms. Bartleman?
After the motion.
After, okay. All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Ms. Bartleman has requested a moment of silence.
I just wanted to take this time to have a moment of silence for the 50 victims and their families of the shooting that took place in New Zealand, and to let our community know that we stand with you. I had the opportunity to attend an interfaith prayer service, and it was very moving, and they're going to need our prayers. So if we could just take a moment of silence at this time, please. Thank you very much. And the one message I got from last night was that love always conquers hate. So it was very inspiring. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. For board items, G3, personal recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2018-2019 school year revised. G4, personnel recommendations for non-instructional separation of employment and discipline for the 2018-2019 school year revised. And finally, there's an attorney-client session that's been added today as a second session. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Holodeff. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The agenda is now closed. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items, on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss E items?
E1.
E1 for Mrs. Aladeff. Any other? F items?
FF1.
No, just the single letter right now. G3 is automatically pulled. Are there any other G items? G4 for Ms. Bartleman, G4 for me, G4 for anyone else? Ms. Korn?
To it.
I items?
I1.
I1 for Ms. Korn. And L items. Is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion? Okay, so just to review really quickly, I have G4, E1, and I1.
And G3.
And G3 is always pulled. Yes, thank you, Ms. Korn. At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. At this time, will board members please identify the open items they will be asking questions of staff? This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. EE items, I believe Mrs. Aladeff had some? Oh, FF. Anyone with an EE item? Thank you, Ms. Good. FF? Mrs. Aladeff?
One.
Anyone else?
Did Ms. Good pull EE or no?
No.
Okay.
II?
I1.
II1 for Mrs. Aladeff?
Me too.
Ms. Bartleman? JJ?
JJ1.
JJ1 for Mrs. Aladeff? Okay, anyone else? Thank you. May the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on G3? Seeing none, board member comment on G3? All in favor of approving this item, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. Item G3 passes unanimously.
Okay. I would like to congratulate Alfonso Delayla. Did I say that right? I hope so. Congratulations. He is in charge of the purchasing cards. So everyone, look at his face. Remember him for the elevator. Thank you.
And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate our new safety specialist, Louis Francois.
And also, I would like to recognize the new principal of Colbert Elementary, Dorset McLeod. Congratulations. And it's a good thing you're sitting next to the P-card person. Very good.
Congratulations on your appointments. If you would like to head to your new position, this is the point in the meeting that it is appropriate to do so. Have a great day, everyone. At this time, we will hear committee reports. Each committee may have up to 5 minutes. Are there any reports? And if so, please identify yourself and the committee you represent.
Good morning, I'm Rebecca Dahl, and I'm here for the Diversity Committee. We had a very lively meeting at the last diversity meeting. I don't mean lively because there was arguments, but lively because of the conversation. We have really started delving into the 9 conditions again, and we're finding that many of them are not, there's not equity again. And that concerns us because this district has been talking for quite some time about equity. Last month, or the last time you all met, I brought to you textbooks, and I'm going to bring to you again textbooks. There are too many children who are low socioeconomic, who do not have access to textbooks at home, even though there is a class set in the media center, especially at middle school and high school. At one time, it was required that every student have a textbook, and I understand that now that we have gone to textbooks online, everybody has a textbook, supposedly. But there are many children sitting out there that don't, and we're asking that that be taken care of. In addition to that, many of the schools that were given computers under the Smart Bond are now getting to the point where those computers are starting to age out. And we have not seen, perhaps it's out there, but we have not seen a plan to start replacing the computers that were bought under the SMART program. As computers age, the ability to hit the newest technology fades, and we're very concerned about that. Second area is media centers. We learned at the last meeting, and this really bothers me, that there are about 25 schools in Broward County that do not have a media clerk or a media specialist at those schools. So the only way those media centers are open is if a teacher chooses to take the children to the media center. In my humble opinion, and the opinion of the Diversity Committee, this is really not acceptable. In addition, most of the Title I elementary schools have media clerks instead of media specialists. I understand that several years ago, the school board gave the principals the discretion to use their support allocations to purchase what they felt they needed. So some of them used an AP to become a behavior specialist, so many of them cut out a media specialist. And a clerk is a really good person. However, a clerk is there basically to check out books. They don't have the expertise to purchase new books for the media center. They very rarely have the time to provide reading time with the children, especially the younger ones, and to help students walk around the library and find areas that they're really interested in. To me, that is stifling the time that a media specialist has in the past spent to get children to really love reading. And we all know that if children don't get into loving reading in the elementary grades, that it is more difficult for the children to love reading as they go on. So our concern is that there needs to be a media specialist, if at all possible, in all schools, especially low socioeconomic schools, because that's where our children lack the ability to get the love of reading because they don't have the access to purchase books and have books read to them at their homes. However, the media specialist does work on that. We're also looking at AP classes, and I've already spoken to Ms. Levinson about that because we're concerned about the size of AP classes. And finally, as a representative of the Diversity Committee, we are all very saddened by Ms. Pope leaving. She has led our department, this committee, with such love and dedication. And I am hoping that whoever you choose to do that, looks at children and communities the same way Ms. Pope does, which is out without color. She doesn't care what color you are. All she cares about is that all children in Broward County get the same opportunities. I'm sorry. We're really good friends. And I hope that you will consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dahl. Are there any additional committee reports?
My name is Roosevelt McClary. I come with the Broward Teacher Union. I'm the secretary of the Broward Teacher Union. So one thing I want to say, thank you to you guys for all you guys do. One thing that I want to say that no employees want to play into their insurance, especially the education support professional. We all know that they only get paid almost, $600 and some almost $400 every 2 weeks. And having them to pay into their insurance will actually be a bit disgrace to them and also will impact them financially. So I want you guys to really look at it and find out what ways or what can we do to not have our employees to pay into the insurance policy. And another thing that I wanted to say is that, we do and we want adequate raises, because we know that we do care for our employees and we know that you guys really, 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 really do want to give us good raises, and we want to see that. We want to see the fruits of it, that you guys really do care, and they say actions speak louder than words. So one thing that I do want to say too is that I want to let you know about a program that they have in Miami-Dade. And in Miami-Dade, they had a program to counteract what they called teacher shortage. And within the teacher shortage of them counteracting, what they did was they created a unique campaign to target classroom teachers and teachers' assistants who already hold a teacher certificate to encourage them to apply for teacher position. Because many first-year teachers are being let go in our district. So many ESPs are afraid to apply because there's no job security. So Miami-Dade School Board, they agreed to a protection clause within the ESP contract to encourage those to take the teacher position. And one of the things that it has said within the protection clause is it says school board support employees holding a state certificate may be employed as an intern teacher or provisional teacher. At the end of the intern provisional teacher assignment, such employees shall be placed in a position similar to the position held prior to taking a teacher position if and where available. If a position is unavailable, the employee has a recall right to a school support employee position. And it says the right to return to a school support position is waived if the employee is determined. So that's the only clause. So if they do take the position and they do go out with the certificate and it doesn't work out, maybe because budget, financial reason, that they able to go back on the recall list as an education support professional. I think this would be cost efficient to the district. Also, you have employees who already been working with the district, who already know the kids, who already have the experience, more than what we call a first-year teacher who's just coming out of college. And I think that would be a great way and a great tool for you guys to utilize that it really costs the district nothing. And another thing is, thank you guys for having the active shooter for our education support professional. But however, we have those courses that's taking place during pre-planning days, on planning days. And they do not work on planning days. They are a 186-day calendar. And we do have some principals that they do require it for them to do it, and they mandate some of them to take their class on the day that they are off. And that's really a financial burden to them, especially if they have children that they need to take care of, because maybe they're after care and they don't have money to put them throughout the whole day or find daycare or anything for those students. But you do have some principals who are working and do compensate, but you do have some who are really mandating it and telling them that they have to come on their day off. So I want you guys to look at that wholeheartedly. Thank you. And also I want to be able to give this to you guys just so you can see that's exactly what Miami-Dade has been doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I think that what Roosevelt put forward is like a great idea. I think, I know that there was a school psychologist that was looking to apply between the 3 counties, and there's also a shortage of school psychologists, and they actually went to Palm Beach because they're giving signing bonuses at Palm Beach. Clearly, we don't have the money to do those things, but little things like this protection language in the contract, to have someone go out of their comfort zone and take on a classroom and have the ability to go back to their previous position would make a huge difference, because at this point, we're all competing for the same pool of people, and we want to have the highest quality people. So I'm sure this would have to be collectively bargained, and I'm not sure like if they put it on the table or we put it on the table, but I think that we should look at more out-of-the-box ideas like this so we can, you know, recruit the finest to Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Any additional committee reports? I apologize that I missed, Ms. Good has a moment of silence that she would like to do at this time.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just like to take a moment and have a moment of silence for Ms. Ortega, Anna Ortega. She was a clerk at Silver Trail Middle, and she passed away. And please extend our thoughts and prayers to the family at Silver Trail. If we could take a few minutes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Mr. Runcie, do you have a report this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair, just a couple things. I wanted to mention something about our social workers, and then also just let the board know that later today I'll send some communication out to the board members regarding the preliminary findings from the Auditor General report. I think there was a article today I was made aware of. It needs some clarification, so I'll send information out to you. And by the way, the preliminary report was sent by the Auditor General to all the board members directly on March 5th. So if you can't find that, we'll resend it to you. So I'll send some additional information out on that today, so you'll have some background on the issue. Regarding social workers, I just want to remind everyone and take this opportunity to thank them for the work they do in this district. March is nationally recognized as Professional Social Worker Month, and March 3rd through the 9th, 2019 was celebrated as School Social Worker Week. Today, we acknowledge social workers in Broward County Public Schools for the passion that they bring every day as they work to remove barriers that might prevent student academic achievement. Their vital role in helping students successfully meet their academic, social, and emotional challenges on the road to becoming successful and productive young adults is absolutely critical. Specifically, here's what our social workers do in Broward County. They enhance the learning and success of students by focusing on the whole child. They advocate for student and family wellness. They provide mental health counseling and support to students in individual and/or small group counseling sessions. They contribute to improving school culture and climate, thereby increasing school safety through trusting relationships built with students and their families. They support students and their families by linking to community resources, and they serve as a valuable voice on the school's multidisciplinary teams. School social workers are often considered the front line of mental health services. Data from the Department of Labor shows that nationally 85% of mental health services are provided by social workers. Our social workers have worked tirelessly since February 14, 2018, to comprehensively address the increasing needs for mental health services in Broward County Public Schools. We believe that every school needs a full-time social worker to meet their ever-increasing mental and social-emotional needs of our families. With funding through the referendum, we hope to be able to get closer to meeting the goal of having a full-time social worker in every school, as we know school social workers are vital, valuable, and visible professionals contributing to the success of all of our students. Please join with me and this board and all of our students, families, and school staff in Broward County in saluting our school social workers on the celebration of School Social Worker Month 2019. To all of our social workers, from the bottom of my heart, and I know I say this on behalf of the board as well, we thank you for everything that you do to support our students and families throughout Broward County.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and ask for a motion and a second on item G4.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on item G4.
Good morning. Mary Ferdig. I wanted to take time today to come and thank a very special person who's retiring. I first knew her as a principal and a parent in the Fort Lauderdale zone, and I have since worked with her in many different capacities in the school district as a volunteer. And she is gracious, she is dedicated, she is kind, she has a wonderful sense of humor. And from that description, I hope you know I'm talking about Mickey Pope. And I just want to say, in all the years I've watched Mickey's quiet leadership, she is never about ego. She's always about what's going to make things better for students and families. And it's been a great pleasure to work with her as a volunteer with the Parent Community Involvement Task Force and watch her support our initiatives and also help provide staff and other support for us. But also, I just want to say, she oversees the diversity department, which you know is really one of my which is one of the most important things to me. And I have watched how she's taken our CCC settlement and what she's done with that. I've seen many different people in this role over the years, but there's really only one Mickey Pope. So I hope you all will thank me and will join me in thanking her. And I just wanted to share a couple of quotes with you, which I actually wrote down. But then my printer didn't work, so I had to put them on my phone, which makes me really technologically advanced. You know, we talk a lot about what education is and what it isn't. And I think that education, and Nelson Mandela said this, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. And I think Mickey has spent 31 years doing that. I hope she has a great retirement, and I'm hoping to recruit her as a volunteer advocate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment?
Rebecca Dawn, and I probably have to cry this time. I met Mickey Pope when she joined the Fort Lauderdale zone. She was principal of Northside, and I was principal of Sunrise Middle. And most of the students at Northside fed into Sunrise Middle. And that was it became a wonderful partnership because I didn't know very much about children who came from Haiti, and she taught me so much about them. Not only did she teach me about them, but she and I learned that we had a great love for children who did not have the advantages of other children. And we tried to champion that over the years. Mickey and I, she then became an area director, and I was not able to be under her. I wish I had, but I wasn't. And then she moved to the to the division that deals with diversity and all the other names that are under her that have changed over the years. It's through that I was able to see the many, many contributions that Ms. Pope has made to Broward County. Not only does she champion children who need extra help, but she has started you all on the road to recognizing that not only do we need to have Black History Month, but we need to have Haitian American Day, that we need to recognize the Holocaust, and so many other things that really are happening in this district that children need to know about. She also championed the LGBT program, and she has made all of us recognize that we're all equal and that we deserve, each and every one of us, the opportunity to have the advantages that Mickey has tried to provide for this district. We have learned that It takes a special person to do what she does. And it takes someone who doesn't have an ego, who doesn't care what what people say about her and what she has accomplished. She has accomplished most of this very quietly behind closed doors with our committee, with other committees that she leads. And it was never more evident than at 214 when her department, her division, went out and spent tirelessly, many of them there 7 days a week, 9 to 10 hours a day, to make sure that community was taken care of. I am saddened by her leaving, but I know she already has some plans. We've had quite a few discussions, and I hope that all of you can support her as she leaves and give her the opportunity to continue to work as tirelessly as she has in Broward County Schools. Thank you.
I had to say this publicly because I think we often tell people we love them and we thank them in private. But
Please state your name for the
I'm
record.
sorry, Manishka St. Hill, and I come here as a public servant. And this is to Ms. Pope. It's been an honor to be led by a modern-day trailblazer. You are an inspirational leader, transformational leader, tenacious leader, but most importantly, a compassionate and caring leader. God has ordered your path and blessed you in ways no man will ever be able to comprehend. You were made in his image, and therefore your work will continue to impact millions even after you have left us, because that is what the gospel looks like in a natural form. I love you, and you will always be my forever chief of Student Support Initiative and Recovery. Happy retirement, and you deserve everything and much more.
Thank you. Any additional public comment? At this time, I will take comment from my colleagues. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes. So, Mickey, this is a very sad day for me because you have been a real mentor, hero, role model, friend, everything rolled up in one. If you ever have a conversation with Mickey and she's stressed, and I'm just going to say this publicly, you took unfair hits this year, and not one of those articles were true about you. Because for you, and I wanted to say that publicly, because you won't defend yourself, or you won't come out and say, you're always quiet and behind the scenes, and you don't take credit for anything. And it's not about your ego. And whenever, in meetings we've been stressed, or you've been stressed, you know what you always say? It's all about the work. It's all about the kids. And that's your core. You don't care about anything else except making sure that every child in this school district gets the best education, and not an FSA education. Educating the whole child, the social, emotional needs, everything. You are the right person to lead this department. I wish we had you longer. But what I can also say about you is that you're a great leader. There's so many adjectives I can use. I'm just going to go down. Mickey is one of those leaders where she empowers her employees, and if you talk to any single one of them, they will tell you she knows they're going to do the right thing. She trusts them. She empowers them to do the right thing, and she helps them grow. And to me, that's what's significant about being a leader. Not being in charge, not taking credit, not sitting, at the podium, but really mentoring the people that work for you so that you can touch exponentially more lives as you empower and train and teach others what to do and how to do it. And you are a true teacher at heart. And everyone who works for you loves you. I mean, I have not met one person who can't say enough about you. And your team, and that's the other thing, your team members know this. Whenever I'm like, thank you, Mickey, or Mickey, you did this, and Rebecca just rattled up a list, LGBT, diversity committee, CCC lawsuit, promise, all of those things. You say, I didn't do it alone. It's my team. it's always been about the children, the work, and the team for you. I tried to put it all together in words. It's really hard. I am so sad you are leaving, but I understand that you have children you have to take care of. You have a husband, and we owe him a plaque because I know that he is there for you all the time. And it's kind of bittersweet, but if there was anyone who we needed to lead us in this area during the worst moment in Broward County's history, on February 14th, it was you. And you forever have changed the lives of everyone impacted by that terrible, terrible day. But you've changed the lives for the future by creating avenues for resiliency and a recovery plan that will go on long past 10, what is it, you did a 10-year recovery plan? 3 years, you did the 4 years, okay, 4-year recovery plan. So it will live beyond your time here. But I couldn't think of a better person to do that. And you always stand for what's right, and you always stand for what you believe in, and you're also so much fun. Like, people don't know that, but she's a lot of fun if you ever go to a conference with her. She's the life of the party. Everyone knows, she's great. And so Mickey, when all is said and done and you're a woman of faith, you know that none of this matters. Not the car, not the house, not anything. But what matters is going to be that you have changed the lives of children and their families. And that will go on for generations and generations. And you can leave knowing that you have made the difference for so many. And for that, I know this board and this community is forever grateful because we love you so much. And I just hope that you train someone to replace you, because I don't know how anyone is going to replace you, because there are very few people like I can say this about, but you are irreplaceable. And we love you and your heart, and thank you for everything you did. I'm sorry I went on, but I love you, Mickey. And I owe you a dinner now, so love you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So, Ms. Pope, over my years on the board and your so many years of leadership, you have given yourself to this district like no other employee. And the strength that you have brought to this district, to every student, to every family, to every parent, is something that we as a district can't repay you for. And the strength that you bring to everyone around you empowers everyone around you. And so for that, we will miss you dearly. Thank you for all that you have done. Hopefully you will not go far. And you will stay here in a different capacity and continue to give us the type of strength that you have given us over the years, the compassion that you have shared, and the true leadership that you have brought in all of your 31 years. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And I just wanted to also mention to Ms. Pope, she's truly a leader that leads with her heart. And it says something about her and how special she is. And I tell you, she helped us through our darkest days. And we've cried together and we've laughed together. And one thing I'm happy about is she lives in my district. So I'll just say she's really empowered our students. She's showed us how to embrace our cultural diversity in this county. She's provided great support to our LGBTQ youth, showed us as a board and as a district how to move forward and embrace our differences. I must say that she is one special individual. And I know that she is going to be enjoying her time in retirement. She certainly deserves it. She's dedicated her life to this district. And And I'll say, you know, you have fought to give students a second chance. And that's something that we're going to have to continue to move forward on, and never forget what we've done, and move forward in a way that we continue to empower each and every student, no matter where they come from, no matter the zip code. And that's something that you have always, always said. So blessings to you, my friend. You so deserve the very best in life.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Levinson?
This is actually one of the hardest things to have to do. I know how you felt out there trying to get through my comments and how I feel about Mickey Pope. There's no one in this district who compares to Mickey with her heart, her compassion, her care, and always, always putting students first, no matter what the consequences or ramifications. Social emotional learning, before it became a buzzword, Mickey spoke about it constantly in this district way before we even started to truly work on it. It was something that she knew was a part of what our students needed in order to be able to succeed in school and in life. And she's been a true role model to so many. Her staff, the community, the efforts she's been able to do with the community, the partnerships she's created. Everyone has that feeling about her that is unique to Mickey. And this year, she's taken many hits that were totally unwarranted for the work that she does with her heart, and that she will, I know, continue to do and have an impact on these students, giving students opportunities when they do something silly or make a mistake, to ensure that it doesn't impact them for the rest of their life. And I know that's a true passion of hers. Along with, I've had the privilege to work with her on LGBT since 2012 in this district, and becoming a national model for what we do for LGBTQ students in our district. The Holocaust, teaching people about tolerance and respect could never be more important than it is today in this nation. And being one of the most culturally diverse districts in the United States, she worked on bringing courageous conversations to this district in so many different areas that were never ever spoken about. They were taboo, and she persisted, and she made sure that people realized that everyone has worth and everyone has value. And you're going to be so, so missed. People say that people are not, no one's irreplaceable. I beg to differ in this case. So this is going to be a really difficult one, and I'm going to miss you so much, my friend, and I'm excited to see what comes next for you. And I thank your family for lending you to us for so many years, because I know the hours you put in each and every day, and look forward to see what comes next.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. So my comments are going to be brief because I'm going to try to get through them without crying. We applaud you, we honor you, and we thank you for your passion, for your compassion, for your joy, and for your selflessness, your love of the work, and your dedication to the work. As my colleagues have said, we will miss you terribly, and we wish you all the best in your retirement because you deserve it. Job well done, thank you, and we look forward to the future and all that it holds for you.
Madam Chair, may I say something?
Certainly, Ms. Myrick.
We all know everything that you all said and what Mickey has done for the students of Broward County. But last year or maybe 18 months ago, Mickey traveled to the northeast section of the state of Florida and testified in a federal court case regarding LGBT youth. And it was her testimony and the testimony of Michelle Keffert that I believe, after reading the transcripts, it had the judge determine that St. Johns County could no longer discriminate and against LGBT students, and they were allowed to use the bathrooms of their choice. And that now is a federal case in the state of Florida. So that's the law of the land of the state of Florida. So there were many districts at that time that had not gotten the lawsuit yet, but it was the leadership not only of Mickey and you all of taking that stand many years ago and giving Mickey the authority to implement those plans here in this district that allowed her to do that. And so her influence is for every child in the state of Florida.
Mr. Runcie?
And I think that's, Barbara, that's a great example of the things that Mickey Pope has done that are done quietly sometimes that aren't recognized. I will tell you a big part of leadership, probably one of the most important questions that we ask ourselves at the end of the day, does the individual's work, presence, their integrity, their commitment, their courage for the work, does it make people around them better? And I think in Mickey's case, there's no question. She's made the folks around her better. She's made all of us better in this district. And I would say that that's transcended Broward County, and she's had a national impact on so many levels. You really can't go to any conference or any district in this country where folks don't talk about the work that we do in Broward County. 9 times out of 10, it's work that Mickey Pope has had her hands directly involved in. So her legacy, and it is a true legacy, is something that, Mickey, you should absolutely be proud of. I know I am forever grateful and blessed that I've had this moment in my life to work with you and feed off of your energy, your strength, your commitment to our children. We thank you so much for that. We love you and wish you the very best in, I hate to call it retirement, your next role for advocacy of fighting for children in our community. Thank you, Mickey Pope, and I love you dearly, and I thank God that I had this opportunity to work with you.
And it really is my turn to thank all of you for giving me the opportunity for 31 years to live out my life's passion, my life's dream of taking care of Broward's children. And I said I wasn't gonna let my mascara run, but once again, you allowed me to do this, and you allowed me to have a great team of people behind me, supporting me through all of this in the 31 years. And it has just been tremendous, tremendous professional life. And I thank you all for that. I thank you all so, so much. Much, much love to each and every one of you into this district, because without this district, I wouldn't be who I am. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Mickey, for making us all cry on the dais. Appreciate that. So now we have to vote on this item, although we probably want to vote no. We're not allowed, so we're going to take a vote on G4. All those in favor of item G4 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item G4 passes unanimously. Yes, hold on just one moment, please. Yes. A point of personal privilege, we're going to take a photo with Ms. Pope now, and then we will begin our special presentations.
Bring the tissues.
Okay, and now we will have our first presentation for the resolution in support of high school voter registration drive.
Good morning, Louise Ball, your Social Studies Curriculum Supervisor. And today we're here to recognize the annual high school voter registration drive resolution. This year's drive is scheduled for April 15th through the 22nd. And we will again be coordinating this event with the Broward County Supervisor of Elections Office. Today we have Gino Herring he's the Director of Voter Education with the Broward County Supervisor of Elections Office to talk about the drive. Yay, Gino. And we also have a few more guests here today that will be speaking. We have David Watkins, the Director of the Department of Equity and Diversity, and Wanda Robinson from his department also to talk about the ultimate culminating experience as part of the high school voter registration drive, which is where we actually take kids to vote during elections. And then we also have Miss Barbara Siegel here from Fort Lauderdale High, who is the high school voter registration drive contact at her school, with two students who participated in the drive, Miss Gabrielle Liberis and Mr. David Lothorpe, who will be talking about their experiences. And I believe Cirilla Bradley is in the audience. I would just like to extend a thank you to her for assisting with coordinating the buses when we do coordinate buses and schedule buses to take kids to actually vote. So with this time, because I know we have limited time and several speakers, I'm going to turn the mic over to Gino Herring.
Okay, good morning. I know I only have a few minutes, so I want to spend time talking about other folks rather than myself, but I'm the Supervisor of Elections Voter Education Director for Broward County, and we're here again to try to promote the process of high school voter registration, hopefully with an end result in actually voting and participating at the polls. I'm here with my staff also, McKetty, Haley, and Gemma. I just show up, they do the work, I just try to look as good as they do. But I also want to talk about Dr. Ball, Dr. Louise Ball, who for the past 15 years has been the instrument with her staff in getting this to be a priority. So many things involved in Broward schools, from educating math, curriculum, social studies, English, but she has always found a way to make this a priority for students, for young folks. Voting is our democracy. It is the foundation. And Dr. Ball has always been there to try to make sure that that's a process, and it's only gotten better and better. 7,000 to 10,000 registered students every year consistently, and her and her staff do the work to make sure that the schools have that idea of making sure it works consistently and successfully. I can't forget about the teachers, the social studies teachers, and everyone in the schools as well. It has been a tremendous honor to be working with them, and I just don't want to take up too much more time, but I'm always grateful to be here and in your presence as well. Thank you, board members and superintendent.
Thank you, and now we will have David Watkins say a few words.
Good morning. I would just like to say that we are certainly thankful to this board and to the leadership of this district that allows our children to have the opportunity to not only register to vote, but to actually practice and deliver on participating in our civic duty, which is the opportunity to vote. Our children in Broward County have been voting for more than 14 years, and we are just excited about the number of kids that have participated in the voting process. We've had thousands of kids over the number of elections participate in our voting. We had over 600 kids vote in our most recent election, and we are thankful to this board. We're thankful to our OSPA partnership along with transportation for coordinating this effort. We're thankful to Maurice Woods and all of the departments that work together with us to make this happen. And I'd like to especially thank the leader who made this happen. I just help facilitate these things, but it's Mickey Pope whose vision to make this happen and continue this work a reality. So thank you all very much.
Thank you. Wanda Robinson does not want to speak, but I would just like to recognize her and point her out. There she is, to thank her for taking a lead role in coordinating the voter experience where we actually take kids to the polls. So I would now like to turn it over to Miss Barbara Siegel and her two students. Fort Lauderdale High.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie, school board members, and esteemed guests. My name is Barbara Siegel, and I'd like to take you back in time to 1992. It was Mrs. McKinley's world history class, and we walked to the auditorium at J.P. Taravella High School to register to vote. This was my 10th grade year, and magically, 3 weeks before my 18th birthday in my senior year, I received my voter ID card. Since then, I have voted in every election I possibly could have. Fast forward 20 plus years, and here I am at Fort Lauderdale High School encouraging my students to register and subsequently vote for their elected officials. Because I mean, you have no right to complain if you weren't part of the process. When my dear colleague, Jay Litz, passed away in 2014, I took over the high school voter registration drive because political efficacy was so important to him. By registering our students to vote, I am keeping his memory alive. And when my graduates email me to tell me that they voted, I know we're doing the right thing for our students in Broward County. Thank you all for passing this important resolution, ensuring that our young people will continue to register to vote and become young activists. As testimony to the work we are doing here, I've invited two of my favorite students, David Lothorpe and Gabrielle Liberis, to speak on their voting experiences. David?
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Lothorpe from Fort Lauderdale High School, student of Mr. Siegel back here. This past fall, I was presented with the opportunity to register to vote. During the midterm elections, Fort Lauderdale High School put together a field trip to Wilton Manor City Hall for eligible seniors to take voting into their own hands. That day, about a dozen students, including myself, walked over to the City Hall and met with city officials. The poll workers were ecstatic when all of the first-time voters stepped in. My friend Gabby here will finish the story. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity to speak.
Good morning. Good morning, school board and faculty. My name is Gabriela Bears. As a junior during the 2017 to 2018 school year at Fort Lauderdale High School, I was able to conveniently register to vote during school hours at a voter drive organized by Ms. Siegel. Being able to assist students this year in following that same process was a privilege prior to me subsequently walking to City Hall and voting for the first time during this past fall along with my fellow classmates such as David. Being able to have our voices heard and exercising our rights as new adults and citizens in society was a refreshing experience that will remain with me for the rest of my life. I'm thankful to both my school administration as well as the school board for the amazing opportunity and use of resources to teach me how to use my voice in politics. Thank you once again.
Okay, and I think that is it with all of our speakers, but I also wanted to mention that this is the first time the students have been at a school board meeting and to I believe, Casey Wright. So this is part of the process for them of learning how our democracy works, whether it's local government, state, or federal. With that said, thank you very much for your continued support of this resolution.
Thank you. I believe Ms. Levinson has some comments.
Can you hear me? There we go. As I comment each year, I want to thank you, Mr. Herring and Ms. Ball and Mr. Watkins, Wanda, and Fort Lauderdale for coming here today and speaking about your own experience as a teacher. It's wonderful to see that you're passing it on to the next generation and hearing how it affects our students firsthand. We hear all the time about our students don't learn enough about civics. This is the perfect example, and this is how our students can truly make a difference and have a voice, as the young lady just mentioned, by getting out to the polls and voting. And so this, to me, is one of the most important things we do. It's our civic duty and responsibility. We live in the greatest democracy in the world, and this is an integral part of it. And I want to thank you all for coming here today. And I also want to thank Mr. Herring. I know that I've had several students contact your office this year to have drives in their school during the school year. We've seen in the past year students registering students across the nation to vote. And I just thank you all for making it a priority and giving this opportunity to our students.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. If we could take a photo, that would be great. And next, we will have recognition of heroism by a transportation employee with Ms. Rich Levinson.
Good morning. I would like to recognize an act of heroism by one of our transportation employees, Sylvia Caravo, and introduce Kay Blake to continue with the presentation.
Morning, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Levinson, for sponsoring this event. I'm Kay Blake, and also along with your fellow board members, Mr. Runcie, Team Broward, and guests. Today we're here to recognize an employee that embodies the selfless dedication and commitment that so many of our transportation employees exhibit every day. A few of the transportation team are here to represent and share in honoring this recent act of heroism. So behind me I have Laniva Fulmore. She is the manager of our North Terminal, our Northwest Terminal.
Good morning, Superintendent and board members.
We also have with us Transportation Specialist Rhonda Saxon.
Good morning.
And we have with us Transportation Trainer Philip Moore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We just wanted to show there's a team behind everything that we do. So, to give a little background, on the afternoon of January 31st, 2019, a bus operator was transporting students home from Nova Elementary. As she was driving in Tamarack, the operator started to smell an odor and observe smoke. The bus operator went into action quickly and evacuated all the students off the bus. And remember, these are our little elementary students. There were 16 students. You know, this dedication to student safety is credited with saving the lives of students on the bus that then became engulfed in flames. And I'm sure we saw on the news, and the pictures were rather shocking. She has been hailed a hero in news stories. She has been honored by Captain Glassman of BSO, and BSO says he never honors anyone, but he took time out to honor her. And the city of Tamarack also gave her a proclamation of February 27th as Sylvia Caravo Day. So we're here today to recognize our own, and I'd like to hand it over to now Ms. Levinson so that we can present Sylvia with a plaque.
Thank you. On behalf of the entire school district, we present this token of our appreciation for your courageous and selfless act. Presented to Sylvia Caravo with our greatest appreciation for your heroism and commitment to the safety of our students. Student Transportation and Fleet Services, February 2019.
Good morning, everyone. It's such an honor. Thank you. Thank you all for recognizing me for one of the many things we do as bus operators. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Indeed selfless. It's not something you do in the course of your everyday job. So thank you. We sincerely appreciate your swift action. And could we take a picture with the board, please?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you. It's okay. It's okay. I can see it. And now we will have a recognition of Boys and Girls Club Week.
Good morning. This is actually an incredibly special week because we're recognizing the Boys and Girls Club here in Broward County. Before I turn it over to Mr. Quayle, I just want to mention that we all know it takes a village, right? We say it all the time. We only have students in our school system for a finite number of hours where we can provide them food and safety and guidance and counseling and all the things they need. After the school day ends, we worry about where do they go? What are they doing? Are they going home to an empty house? Are they on the streets? What are they doing over breaks? What are they doing in the summer? And that's where the Boys and Girls Club comes in, because they provide a safe environment for our students, extended activities, academics, and so many other amazing opportunities. And I'm going to let the student and Mr. Quayle speak to it, and then we're going to read the resolution. So come on up. And just on behalf of the board, we want to thank you for always investing in our children. Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. So good to be here. Madam Chair, school board members, Superintendent Runcie, school board staff. Before I do the presentation, which is really a celebration of our partnership, I do want to thank Mickey Pope for her partnership in working with the Boys and Girls Club through the years, and also my colleague at the school district as well, David Watkins, who over the course of time we have become friends and really work well on behalf of kids. And all of you who have taken the time to come in and to tour our clubs personally, because when you come in, our kids know not only who you are, but they talk about what you do for them each and every day. So many, many thanks for that. Who we are basically is, our mission is to specifically enable youth, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. And as Robin pointed out, our formula for impact is to focus on three main areas: academic success, healthy lifestyles, good character, and citizenship. And serving the community, next slide please, since 1965, we're the 5th largest club in the United States of America. We actually serve on average over 12,000 plus members annually, ages 6 to 18, through 12 chartered clubs. And for the 8th consecutive year in a row, we have received 4-star rating by Charity Navigator, the highest rating that you can receive. And of all the charities that they evaluate, only 4% of nonprofits that they evaluate, of which there are over 6,000, only 4% of them have done it 8 years in a row. Boys and Girls of Broward County has done that. In addition, for our kids and families, total annual membership fee is $15 for the entire year. While we have an operating budget of over $15 million, we go out, our volunteers and staff, and raise the rest. So it's very, very important for the community to know that we're truly here for kids who need us most. A little bit about our kids and families. About 50% of our members over that 12,000 plus earn less than $20,000 annually. 67% of our members live in a single parent-headed household. 88% of our children on our free and reduced lunch in the school system, and 76% of our members attend Title I schools. But the nice thing that we're able, and the great thing we're able to talk about, is impact. 98% of our members, no matter what grade level they are in, progress to the next grade level on time through the homework help, math, and reading programs that we do. 98% of our members last year graduated from high school on time, and 77% of those senior members are now enrolled in college. I'm very proud of those statistics. However, you know, one of the things that we're trying to work with and to do within the community is also to provide the pathway to post-secondary readiness. And so a lot of the things that we do here in terms of whether it's preparing for college or career or the military, we're there with our kids to really try to help them each and every day. We're so proud that we're able to do Dale Carnegie courses, SAT prep programs, college and career days that we do at our club, along with scholarships that we provide to our kids. So after they graduate and move on, we're actually still linked and tied to the kids even after that. Next slide, please. And with that said, you know, we're really focused on now of building, if you will, how teens want to interact more with their Boys and Girls Club. And they've told us, you know, one of the things that we would love to have is to have our first work experience while going to high school. And so what we've done, we've listened to that, and we're so proud to be able to report to you today that over the last 2 years, we have placed over 140 of our members into their first work experience role, with over 25 partners in the community that are working with us. And we do things in terms of our workforce development programs, such as our Money Matters courses that we do during the day, Bring Your A Game, which is actually a program that helps kids to understand what being a good customer service-driven employee can be. We do things of OSHA certifications, ServSafe certifications in the club, again, Career Day, and a special program that we're very proud of that's been running for 12 years, our General Construction Career Day program. Again, providing pathways to kids. For the future, right now we're embarking on a very aggressive campaign to build teen centers on every club that currently does not have a teen center. Right now, of those 11 clubs, one of those clubs has a teen center. But I'm proud to say this morning that coming soon, JM Family Teen Center will be coming out of the ground in Deerfield Beach. The Harry T. Mangurian Teen Center will be coming out of the ground at the Rick and Rita Case Club in Davie. In addition, the Frederick A. DeLuca Teen Center will be coming out of the ground at the Nan Knox Club in Fort Lauderdale. Big, audacious goals that we have, but we know that we have to meet this because we need to provide and to work with our school district to better serve teens. I'm so happy this morning to be able to provide to you our Youth of the Year from the Dr. Harold Reitman Club, Taquisha Pitts. Ms. Pitts is going to tell you a little bit about her Boys and Girls Club experience and what it has meant to her to be a club member. I give you Taquisha Pitts.
Good morning. My club experience was and is fantastic. It started off with me in a mainly poverty-stricken neighborhood where no one knew what they were going to do when they grew up, or either if they were going to leave high school. It was either jail or death, basically, in my neighborhood. And we didn't have somewhere we can have solace, or we didn't have confidants, because our parents, they tried their best, but work was what they had to do to get us to the level that they wanted us to be on. So for me, the club was that place, that safe house where I can be free, because I was like a hermit. I didn't talk to anybody. I was extremely antisocial. I didn't believe that talking to people would change anything. It wouldn't open doors. It wouldn't change anyone's perspective of me. But I started going to the club. I started going to Dr. Harold Reitman Boys and Girls Club, and they showed me, the staff showed me, that you have to open up. You have to be able to let yourself be free in front of other people. You have to be able to communicate so everyone knows how you feel, because no one will know how you feel unless you say anything about it. I've been attending the club for about 7 years now. I've been placed in several leadership roles because I have opened up. I've let myself get comfortable with the staff, and that has been the best decision that I have ever made. The staff has they've let me go on to do things that I never thought I'd be able to do. I've participated in the Dale Carnegie workshop. I've participated in many speech classes. I've done projects with the little kids at our club to help them and at least give them a little hope that this is not your final destination. You don't have to stay in this situation that you are in, because our club is in a very bad neighborhood. I try to give them as much hope as I possibly can, because the staff at the club gave us that hope. I didn't believe that talking to anyone would change anything, and it has changed everything. I love going to the club. I am who I am today because of the club. I never thought that I'd be here. I never thought that I'd be standing in this building talking to you. I thought a while back that I'd just be stuck in that same neighborhood with the same mentality, like, you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna get out of this neighborhood. You're not gonna graduate. And I'm a high school senior. I'm graduating May 31st. I'm enrolled in the Marines currently. And my idea is basically for me to get to a point where I can give back to the club because they gave me so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You said it all. You are such an inspiration, and we are so proud of you. And I think what's so significant is that you recognize the importance of giving back, and that's a testimony to your character and who you are. So we're so proud of you, and thank you for wanting to serve our country. We truly appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, you ready? Yeah. We're going to read the resolution. Okay, go ahead.
The young people whereas the young people of School Board of Broward County, Florida are tomorrow's leaders, and
whereas many such young people need professional youth services to help them reach their full potential, and
whereas the Boys and Girls Club of Broward County has been serving the community since 1965, and
whereas there are 12 boys and girls clubs in the district in Davie, Deerfield, Pompano, West Park, Hollywood, North Lauderdale, Fort Lauderdale, and Lauderhill, providing services to an average of 12,500 young people ages 6 to 18 annually, and
whereas the Boys and Girls Clubs are places where great futures start. They are at the forefront of efforts in teen programming, academic, character development, and healthy lifestyles, and
whereas Boys and Girls Club organizations in our state help ensure that our young people keep off the streets, offering them a safe and supportive place to go, and providing them with quality programs, and
whereas Boys and Girls Clubs of Broward County will celebrate National Boys and Girls Club Week 2019 along with some 4,000 clubs and more than 2 million young people nationwide. Now therefore, we, the School Board of Broward County, do hereby proclaim April 8th through April 12th, 2019 as Boys and Girls Club Week in Broward County Schools, and call on all citizens to join with me in recognizing and commending the Boys and Girls Club organizations in our state for providing comprehensive, effective services to the young people in our communities.
Fort Lauderdale, the 19th day of March. You did awesome. I just want to say is she's all the testimony you need for your organization.
Indeed.
We need to put you on some posters and some commercials because you are so inspiring. Thank you so much. And thank you to you. And they were one of the first clubs to bring in the dinner programs. And it's just amazing what you do for our students. And to me, the perfect model would be what we have at Flamingo Elementary is literally the kids leave the school and can walk over to the Boys and Girls Club. And it would be awesome if we could just build mini Boys and Girls Clubs all over the county. So thank you for everything you do. And congratulations, senior, on your graduation. And good luck. And thank you so much. And we're going to take a picture with this amazing young lady. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next we will have the resolution in support of Women's History Month.
So good afternoon to everyone who has joined us here today. I couldn't be prouder than to have the opportunity to be able to bring forward on behalf of my colleagues in the district our resolution for Women's History Month. And do we have everybody? Yes, okay, perfect. I should have asked you before. In 1987, after being petitioned by the National Women's History Project, Congress passed the Public Law 100-9, which designated the month of March as Women's History Month. The need for Women's History Month is to highlight and celebrate the many accomplishments of women in the history of the United States. Next year marks the 100th year anniversary of Congress ratifying the 19th Amendment to the Constitution, which granted women the right to vote in the United States. Even though women had to fight for equal rights throughout American history, women have also achieved many accomplishments in spite of these setbacks. In 1903, Marie Curie became the first woman to receive the Nobel Prize for her work in chemistry and physics. In 1921, Edith Wharton was the first woman to receive a Pulitzer Prize for her novel, The Age of Innocence. In 1928, Amelia Earhart became the first woman to cross the Atlantic in an airplane. In 1981, Sandra Day O'Connor became the first female justice on the Supreme Court. In 2007, Nancy Pelosi became the first female Speaker of the House of Representatives. And currently, there are 127 women who have been elected to Congress, comprising 23.7% of the 535 members. This is the highest percentage in our U.S. history. The school board of Broward County is comprised of 9 women. According to the American Medical Congress, 50.7% of all doctors in the U.S. are actually females. And according to the American Bar Association, 60% of attorneys in the U.S. are also females. According to the National Science Foundation, 56% of the science and engineering workforce are women. And according to the National Center for Education Statistics, 77% of public school teachers are female, along with 52% of our principals and 23% of our superintendents. And with that, I'm going to turn the microphone over to Mr. Albano.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Despite so many accomplishments toward equality for women, there's still a lot of pioneering work that needs to get done. Teaching about the accomplishments of women through women's history is actually a statutory requirement as part of the Florida curriculum. Today we are joined by Angela Andressi, a women's history teacher from Coral Glades Senior High School. She's here with a few of her students, and we'll talk about the importance of teaching women's history to our school district.
Good morning, School Board and Mr. Runcie. I am truly honored to be here today to talk about my favorite topic, women's studies. 12 years ago, I started a women's studies class at Coral Glades High School, and my students and I are here today to share with you what this course means to us and our school's community. My students are sitting here, and I have 2 students behind me who will be addressing the board shortly. The field of women's studies was started in 1970 and now has over 900 programs at the college level worldwide. However, women's studies is not yet a common course for high schools to offer, and we are here today with the hope of changing that. In the winter of 2007, I proposed to offer a women's studies class at our school. Without hesitation, our guidance director and principal agreed. The next step was acquiring my social sciences certification. I was only certified in English at the time, and to start recruiting students to register for the course. We started our first year with 2 sections of the course, and it has been going strong ever since. Women's Studies provides the students with an opportunity to learn about women's contributions in history and encourages them to reflect on their own place within society. We employ a truly intersectional approach as we examine how things like race, class, gender, and sexual orientation operate in our society to privilege some and disadvantage many. Women's Studies is a class driven by students' interests. Through discussion and analysis of history and contemporary culture, students learn to form an argument and defend a position with well-researched authority. They learn to respectfully disagree with each other and to listen with empathy. Having women's studies at our school has normalized the idea that women and girls matter. Yes, every once in a while I still get asked, when are we going to have men's studies? It would be untrue to claim that the attitude of where a woman's place ought to be has gone away. But the shift is that I am no longer one of the lone voices that responds to these old-fashioned notions of gender. The first two things needed to expand women's studies at the high school level is a social sciences certified teacher and a principal to say yes. I also see a path of expansion through the College Board offering an advanced placement women's studies course. I am currently working on a proposal packet for the College Board, and hopefully we will see this become a reality in the near future. In the meantime, I want to express my true appreciation for being invited here today. It is indicative of how far we've come, not only in the past 12 years, but since the earliest days of this field's inception. Today, I am accompanied by several of the women's studies students. Each day, these students remind me why women's studies still matters. Because of time constraints, we will only be hearing from 2 of the students, so I would like to extend an invitation to all of you to visit our class, to see how the students interact with the curriculum, and to speak with them further about what women's studies means to them. Thank you again for the opportunity to be here today. And without further ado, I would like to call Helena Augustin to the podium to share what women's studies has meant to her.
Good morning, school board members and Mr. Runcie. My name is Helena Augustin, and I'm a junior from Coral Glades High School. I am one of Ms. Andresi's students in Women's Studies. As you may all know, there are about 30 high schools within Broward County and only 3 high schools within our county that offers Women's Studies as a course. Now, going into a broader spectrum, there are about 900 programs worldwide for college students regarding women's education. With these numbers into consideration, I am here today and hope that this number does go higher for our schools. Having all these programs for college students and higher is definitely a good thing, but what would make it better is by having it at a much earlier stage, and why not start in high school? Implementing women's studies into more high school curriculum is what needs to be done. Now, signing up for women's studies, I honestly didn't know what I was going up for. I mean, of course, I had another social studies course, and which is AP U.S. History, and I was wondering, why would I need another class? Now, this question has been answered because now I'm enrolled in the class, and I've further been educated on the matters within the class. This class is not limited for just women, but it's also men too. In fact, in our class, there's a great number of men in it. Another thing is this class allows us to have and to maintain open-minded aspect into everything that we encounter. This class doesn't teach us only what to think, but rather challenges us on how to think. This goes on to say that in today's society, there is a huge gap between men and women, and with women's studies, this goes on to teach us students in high school in an earlier stage that we women do matter, and allowing us to have this class will educate us more into the future. Thank you.
I would now like to introduce Thea Gay to speak about women's studies.
Good morning, Broward County School Board members and Mr. Runcie. My name is Thea Gay. I am president of National Honor Society, president of Girl Up, and a student artist. Girl Up is a United Nations affiliated club working to empower young women locally and globally, and I am also a senior at Coral Glades High School. I am a proud student of the Women's Studies course. In honor of Women's History Month, I would like to advocate on the behalf of women's studies in our Broward County curriculum. First and foremost, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity to speak to you guys. I'm very blessed and happy to be here. And thank you to my amazing women's studies teacher, Mrs. Angela Andresi, for teaching me the many wonderful aspects of my ancestry, my identity, and my community. For a second, you have to acknowledge that you matter, that you are important to this world. And in understanding that you matter, you have to understand your place as a woman. And not only as a woman, but what you are representing. Me standing up here and standing for my peers and standing for many women who look like me, who act like me, and who are like me is integral to our society, which is why women's studies is important to me, because it represents more than just myself, but who I can become. When I see people who are like me, I feel empowered, I feel important, and most importantly, I feel like I can act to make change. Our history is integral. Our history is needed. So please, do not deny it to any of our students, because it is not just women who need women's studies. It is everyone. When we do not have women's studies, we deny it not only to our female students, but to all students by showing that only one half of a gender spectrum can be able to accomplish goals. Women are important, and that is the power of representation. I thank you for allowing me to speak to you about a subject I am so passionate about, and that means so much to me. And I hope that this will help to open your eyes and to see that women's studies is not just important to me, but for all students. As a class, and as a classmate, and to my fellow classmates, I am happy to be advocating for it. And I thank you for allowing me to speak to you today.
This year, through the support from the district's Equity Initiative, we are able to develop professional development for teachers who want to incorporate women's history and accomplishments into their instruction in all subject areas, including math and science. And at this time, Dr. Elizabeth Watts Bromery, a teacher from West Broward High School, will speak about the work that she is doing with classroom teachers.
Good morning, school board members, Mr. Runcie, staff, guests. I am Elizabeth Watts Bromery, AP Literature, AP Research, and English 4 Honors teacher from West Broward High School. This year, I have been developing and delivering professional development on women's contributions to the United States and women's history to instructional staff. This professional development includes an awareness of the women's contributions to the United States mandate and women's history, as well as resources on teaching women's history and contributions to instructional staff. As part of next steps, we will continue providing professional development and curriculum alignment to instructional staff. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Wanda Robinson. I'm with the Office of Equity and Diversity, and I'm here to speak about one of my favorite mentoring programs. I have many. Through strong community partners like Women of Tomorrow, we can continue to work with our students in the district to continue their success. Established in Miami in 1997, the Women of Tomorrow Mentoring and Scholarship Program was born out of the belief that caring professional women sharing their knowledge, expertise, and support with at-risk and disadvantaged girls can be the catalyst for success by inspiring them to aim higher and by providing them with the skills necessary for personal and professional success, allowing them to find the strength and determination to transform their lives despite the obstacles stacked against them. Over 16,000 girls in nearly 200 schools have been aided by Women of Tomorrow's program, and close to $6.5 million in college scholarships has been awarded. Through Women of Tomorrow, girls are given the gift of a future full of promise and potential, and a role model to guide them there. Now please welcome two mentors from Women of Tomorrow, Shani Robinson and Margarita Castellan.
Good morning, Superintendent Runcie. Good morning, school board members. Good morning, special guests. It is said that if you educate a man, you educate an individual. But if you educate a woman, you educate a nation. The mission of Women of Tomorrow is to inspire, motivate, and empower at-risk young women to live up to their full potential through a unique group mentoring program with highly accomplished professional women and scholarship opportunities. I remember being a teenager with ambition, drive, and a tremendous work ethic, but just unsure of my direction and purpose. It was with the help of mentors like Women of Tomorrow that I was able to focus in on education and employability as the keys to my success. As a mentor for over 15 years, I strive to be the mentor that I needed as a teenager. Women of Tomorrow has served Broward County Public Schools for nearly 20 years. Each year, we mentor over 800 students in Broward County across 38 high schools with 75 active, passionate mentors. Our impact is significant as we have awarded nearly 700 scholarships to Broward County students amounting to more than $1.6 million. We boast a 92% high school graduation rate amongst Women of Tomorrow students, and in 2017, 98% of mentees reported that Women of Tomorrow has made a significant positive impact on their lives. In our small corner of the world, we are doing our best with women teaching women, women motivating women, and women empowering other women. I personally have mentored young women who face challenges from housing and food insecurity to lack of confidence and anxiety. We work holistically to identify each young woman's needs and provide content that helps overcome these challenges and propel them to success. We help them find coping skills to address the real-life issues that will continue to undoubtedly come their way. The young women often come for the scholarships, but stay for the mentoring. Whether we're preparing them for college entrance exams or developing soft skills like interviewing, our mentors are there with a kind word and they let the young ladies know we believe in you. The most powerful moments of Women of Tomorrow are when I see former mentees in the community being recognized for their own great works. I am touched by the Haitian immigrant who paid for college course by course because she did not qualify for federal aid. I am touched by the scrappy mentee who previously was always ready for a fight, but who now shows the highest level of professionalism when working at Publix. The network of Women of Tomorrow extends from South Florida to parts of Florida near and far and beyond as they journey off to further their educations and build their resumes. In their hearts, I know they are never far from home and the lessons they've learned through this program. In fact, many mentors and mentees maintain relationships beyond graduation, and often former mentees become mentors. Our community is better because of the partnership between Women of Tomorrow and Broward County Schools. I know I speak for all Women of Tomorrow's staff, mentors, and mentees when I say we are appreciative of the encouragement and commitment from teachers, counselors, administrators, the school board to make it all work. So thank you for this recognition and your continued support.
Madam Chair, board members, Mr. Runcie, Ms. Myrick, thank you very much for recognizing Women of Tomorrow, our program. I have been a mentor under Women of Tomorrow for over 14 years, since Monarch High School first opened. I've been there all this time. It's been an extraordinary pleasure and an honor for me to see the girls that we mentor grow in confidence and grow in maturity. We have about 28 girls per mentor, and it's just an extraordinary honor to be a part of this program. Our staff members were not able to be here because they are right now at Broward College hosting an event for 200 girls in Broward County, from Broward County schools that are teaching them how to become college and career ready. So we are really proud of our program, we're really proud of our organization, and we thank you very, very much for the partnership that we share to help our girls here in Broward County. Thank you.
So I want to thank all of our staff members, our community members. I've been involved with Women of Tomorrow for some time now, and I'm looking forward to actually being a mentor starting with our next school year. And those who are interested in getting involved, there's always a different program out there. I would certainly highly recommend this to be one of them. And I'm thrilled that Women's Studies has been brought into our schools. In fact, my own daughter is part of a Women's Studies class, and it surprised her how much that she enjoyed it and how much she is learning. So that's always nice when our children are pleasantly surprised by the classes that they take. So with that said, any type of recognition that we do is really a matter of collaboration. And it's not a matter of necessarily calling out one particular part of our community, but rather pointing out highlights that that part of our community has brought to the larger community, and how the larger community has collectively worked together to be able to bring greater equity, to be able to bring greater opportunity, and to be able to bring greater leadership. I wanted to bring a couple of quick little pieces of history beyond what I had already shared with you. Susan B. Anthony, actually one of our greatest social reformers, women's rights activists, and pivotal for women's suffrage, had the opportunity to only vote once in a presidential election. And it wasn't because she had the right to do it, it's because she actually forced the issue. And there were 3 individuals who were the election inspectors who allowed her to actually place her one and only presidential vote for Ulysses S. Grant. She ended up then being charged for crime, but she would have never had that opportunity to exercise it. And her exercising a right to vote, which she didn't have at the time, but obviously was then earned with the 19th Amendment, is one in which got a great deal of publicity and certainly furthered the cause at the time. Helen Keller, who we all know to be one of the first actually deaf and blind person to have earned a Bachelor's of Arts degree, famous author, political activist, and lecturer, was actually supported by Anne Sullivan. So when you look back at some of the great women in our history, there are others who are in the community that allowed them to take those steps forward. And it's with that type of support. The last one I'm going to point out is Barbara Jordan. She was the first woman in the Texas Senate. She was also the first African-American congressman from the Deep South. And in 10th grade, she actually went to a career day at her school, and she heard the words of a Chicago lawyer, and Edith Sampson. And when Edith Sampson spoke, Barbara Jordan left and said, "I now know what I'm going to do with the rest of my life." And so with that, those are the types of things when we have these types of recognitions about women in whatever group that we're recognizing. I think it's really a matter of being able to look around and saying, how can we help to empower others? How are we able to reach out and say, we want to recognize the strengths of every group, no matter whether it's ethnic, it's based on gender, it's based on being LGBT. All of those are things that we individually bring with strengths, and they're an opportunity for us to be able to all come together, to be able to mentor each other, and to be able to share that message through our history. So before we conclude, we want to recognize one very special woman who we've already recognized earlier today, but we did want to point out a couple of other things, who has been a true leader and inspiration for all of us. She was born in Haiti, and she emigrated to the U.S. with her parents when she was young. She spent most of her childhood in Spring Valley, New York. She holds 3 college degrees, a Bachelor of Arts in Philosophy from the State University of New York, a Master's of Elementary Education from the University of Miami, and a Specialist in Educational Leadership from Nova Southeastern University. After teaching for 4 years in Brooklyn, New York, she moved to Florida and began her career with Broward County Public Schools in 1989 as an elementary school teacher at Dillard Elementary. Through her career in Broward County Public Schools, she served as a curriculum facilitator at Thurgood Marshall Elementary School, the assistant principal at Bennett Elementary, the principal at Northside Elementary, the area director, a director of diversity and cultural outreach, the executive director of student support initiatives, and chief of student support initiatives and recovery. And now, after 31 years, she has decided to retire and move into the next chapter of her journey. So again, we wanted to acknowledge Miss Mickey Pope, our chief of student support initiatives and recovery. So with that, the resolution in support of Women's History Month, whereas throughout the history of many of the movements and advances of humankind, women have played vital roles in their development. Women have been instrumental in helping to shape and define the various themes in the history of the world. And whereas women of every race, class, and ethnic background have played many significant roles in the various societies throughout the world, and whereas in many recorded and unrecorded circumstances, American women have contributed greatly to the forward and positive movement in this country. However, in spite of these numerous contributions and achievements in American history, the role of women has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the aggregate of past events. And whereas within our school system, the contribution and achievements of women are incorporated in our curriculum, this is in keeping with the national and the state of Florida's goal of promoting a more equitable portrayal of women in the United States history. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida hereby declares and proclaims the month of March 2019 as Women's History Month and urges all schools, centers, and departments within its jurisdiction and all citizens and residents of Broward to join in this national observation given this 19th day of March 2019. Thank you very much. If we can get one picture before we move on. Thank you. Yes, don't worry. We're coming back. Thank you. You did great. Thank you. You did great.
See a nice big picture saying women's studies first. 1, 2, 3. Women's studies. Very nice.
Okay, so that concludes our morning presentations, and this is the time of the agenda when the school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are not listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker. Jennifer Grappel. Jennifer Grappel. Michael Serbola. Michael Serbola. Christina Brazil. Christina Brazil. Right on time, Ronnie Flournoy.
I would like to donate my time to Trudy, Dr. Trudy J., please.
Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Flournoy. Please let the record reflect that Mr. Flournoy has yielded his 3 minutes to Dr. Jamanovich, and Dr. Trudy Jamanovich is the next speaker on the list. She will have 6 minutes. Thank you, Dr. Naismith. Dr. Jamanovich?
Thank you.
My name is Dr. Trudy Germanovich, and I hope you've all worn your uppity Women Unite buttons today to celebrate the accomplishments of women around the world. Today, I also bring you several articles, unfortunately, which discuss the plight of women, especially teachers, in our society. The first article came from the Washington Post, and it's reflecting on what's happening in Florida. In this post, Fed Ingram, Miami-Dade County Teacher of the Year in 2006, who is now president of the Florida Education Association, writes about what he calls a silent strike of teachers who are simply walking away from Florida. Here's his piece by Fed. Teachers are taking a pass on teaching in Florida schools, and it's easy to see why. How many people would spend 4 years in college to take a job that won't pay their bills? Halfway through this school year, more than 2,200 vacancies hobble Florida's public schools. In 2018, the Florida Board of Education identified critical teacher shortages in English, mathematics, reading, general science, physical science, and other subjects. Recent graduates of schools of education ignore Florida recruiters at job fairs. Many educators who began teaching careers here are leaving our classrooms with no plans to return. We're experiencing a silent strike. Children living in districts that are not fully staffed are likely to wind up in an overworked substitute in an overworked classroom or with a teacher untrained in the subject she or he has been hired to teach. How did we get to this mess? The Sunshine State ranks 45th, just came out, we're 46th. Isn't that great? That in the nation in teacher pay, with salaries at least $10,000 less than the national average. Meanwhile, the cost of living is at least 10% higher than the rest of the United States. Facing high costs and low pay, Florida teachers often work second jobs. Many teachers with advanced degrees wait tables or drive for Uber. Some teachers sell their own plasma to make ends meet. It's no secret that short-sighted policies have starved Florida schools of much of their funds for years on end. Bogus schemes to use short-term bonuses to make up for long-term deficits in salaries for Florida teachers haven't worked. Money isn't the only problem. Too many politicians, school boards, and administrators, I would add, treat public school teachers and the people who work in them as punching bags. When the profession is attacked daily, when the contributions of teachers that teachers make to students and communities goes unrecognized, when bureaucrats who've never spent a day in a classroom tell teachers how to do their jobs, then it becomes difficult to attract and retain dedicated and qualified education professional. What can be done to stop this hemorrhaging? Recent proposals coming out of Tallahassee to boost per pupil spending and add funds for teacher recruitment and retention are a step in the right direction, but we know what's probably going to happen in the legislature. Salaries for teachers, paraprofessionals, and support staff matter, as do the working conditions faced by educators in Florida classrooms. Politicians must stop meddling in classroom management all the way down the line. Legislators should act to reduce the endless hours teachers are forced to spend preparing students for pointless standardized tests. Florida is a growing state with an attractive climate, and I heard that you were recruiting in Chicago this week. I want the public to know that. Wonderful recreation opportunities and the kind of diversity that's important to young people. Despite all the challenges teachers face, I can tell you from my own years in the classroom that few challenges are more rewarding than helping young people get excited about a new idea or project. To fix the teacher shortage, the state should pay educators the salaries they deserve, respect professional training they have worked very hard to get, and empower them to use their skills and energy in the classrooms without interference
And that's what I really want to emphasize for the last minute. You need to stop micromanaging. I've read again where people are trying to decide, what should I do about this kid that hasn't finished his I-ready because it's going to reflect on my evaluation? Why is that? I thought I'd heard many times that that would not reflect on a teacher's evaluation. But more and more mandates are given to teachers. You need to stop and think about this and try to put the pressure down to give the classroom back to the teacher. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jovanovich. On the waiting list, I have Roosevelt McClary. Roosevelt McClary. Okay, that is the extent of our speakers list. And since we have a little bit of time before we have to break, or should we break now? I'm looking at staff. Okay? No, one's saying no, one's saying yes. We're gonna continue until 12:30, and then we're going to break. That's what I'm getting from Chief of Staff Moquin. So we're gonna try to get some items complete. He already did it. Yes. So I have a motion and a second on item E1. Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on item E1. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Aladeff on item E1. And you're going to have to hold on just a moment while staff. Here they come. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Go ahead.
So for the contractors being evaluated and recertified, being recertified, how are they being evaluated and who is making those evaluation decisions?
Okay, good afternoon. Mary Coker, Director, Procurement and Warehousing Services. Thank you, Ms. Alhada, for your question. So the pre-qualification of vendors, of firms, of contractors, is guided by the SREF for state requirements, educational facilities. Therefore, there's guidelines as to what those requirements are. I believe where your question is coming from is at a board meeting. Ms. Barterman asked the question of, apart from SREF, were we able to, in addition, as well as the requirements, also review not only their past experience as well as their performance. So in doing so, with the message that we took from the board and working with legal, we have proactively begun reviewing, added an additional step to this review process. And I have copies here of an Excel spreadsheet. I brought enough copies to pass out if you want to see that. But what we're doing is, when we're in the process of recertifying these contractors, we, in addition, work with the Office of Facilities and Construction as well as HERE, and they give us a rating for these contractors. And in this particular case, for today's agenda, we have 5 that are being recertified and 1 that is certified new. So therefore, for the new vendor, we don't have any previous work. For the other 5, we do have work for 3 specific vendors: CB Construction, Johnson Controls, and Johnson Controls. And we have satisfactory ratings for each of them. The other ones, we do not have any projects. They haven't been awarded any work as of yet. So they received the rating of they haven't had any projects to rate. And the other ones that are automatically revoked as also requested by the board a few board meetings ago, for us to include the definition of automatic revocation, which we've done so in the bottom of the report per the request of the board, where automatically revoked certifications do not require board action pursuant to SREF, but we've also included those here on the list which say automatically revoked certifications, which means that they did not provide an application to either to become recertified. So I believe the recommendation from Ms. Al-Hadef in our phone conversation was if we can include this rating as part of the item. I don't know if it is the wish of the board to do so, but again, preliminarily, what we have done is we've added an additional step to our process to review these vendors to making sure that their performance is adequate, satisfactory, so that we can continue with certification.
Okay, thank you. And what are the rating categories?
So right now, we basically have poor, satisfactory, or they haven't had any work. And this is what we've been, again, we're working to formalize this because it is part of the SREF, and we're working with legal to formally create this part of the SOP, Standard Operating Procedures. We have proactively taken this initiative to include this. Mind you, it's important to note that if we were to have a vendor that right now we would find that we are recertifying and they have had poor performance, at that time we would have to work through legal because then the committee that meets to give this recommendation to the superintendent, which is like a QSEC that we do, would have to then evaluate alongside with legal to see what actions we can take if we can or cannot not certify them. But we haven't as of yet, so this is, again, it's in good faith we've taken to proactively begin reviewing these because we do understand the need to ensure that the vendors that we have are working in satisfactory with the district.
Okay, and then I just want to clarify, HERE is a part of this evaluation
Yes, we
process?
have, for these vendors, we had Mr. Michael Bobby from CBRE HERE rate them, and we also had Mr. Philip Crawford, Task Assigned Director of Construction. So we received ratings from both of them.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So I'm a little confused because I will tell you this direction is different. When I was the chair of the Facilities Task Force way back when, this was something I had asked as the chair that we do, and I was told then that we weren't allowed to go this far outside of what the parameters at the state, just for certification, not for awarding of contracts, but for certification purposes. I was told the best we could do at that time, at least, was to make Dun & Bradstreet one additional reporting. In other words, we could use some outside sources and bring those in as saying, yes, this is grounds because it's financial and so forth. But that for us to do our own internal evaluations to say whether or not you're certified. Again, not as whether or not we will award you contracts, but whether or not we were allowing you to be certified in the district, that there was some legal ramification. So I'm very happy to hear that we are able to be proactive even at this stage. I just want to make sure that we're not putting ourselves in a place where we're going to end up now getting challenged just at the certification level, where we're going to start having legal fees and we haven't even awarded any contracts.
And thank you for that. And that's why I kind of made the disclosure that even if we were to have a non-satisfactory or a poor qualification from either HERE or any of the individuals, that wouldn't preclude them from not becoming certified. But what it would do is it would allow us to work with the vendor and making sure that whatever issues there is, they can be cured before that it can go into default, where then you can not recertify them.
Okay, I think that's important information for the public, because I don't want the public now to all of a sudden, or our vendors, to say, well, now that the district is starting to work outside of the parameters of what we're allowed to do in terms of the certification aspect. But I also wanted to bring to everyone's attention, because we haven't necessarily talked about this recently, is part of the evaluation in terms of the selection of vendors is based on history. And that is something that we're allowed to do. We're allowed to say that there's got to be, and project managers are
Past
required.
experience,
right.
yes.
So project managers are responsible to give their input, and in fact, that's one of the things when you're on QSEC that you evaluate is if they have past performance with the district. what that past performance is by our own employees, and in this case would also be HERE. So there's two levels, right? There's this level of the certification, but then there's the next level of actually getting awarded the work. And so where we haven't necessarily introduced this aspect at the certification level, we have some time ago introduced this aspect before actually being awarded. There is the evaluation of what their past performance is.
Yes, indeed. Thank you for making that clarification, and that's why I was very specific in saying that we're working with legal, where we want to make sure that even though I believe Ms. Myrick had mentioned that we can do more than SREF, or we can do more than what is state required, we are working to ensure that this is something that we can do to incorporate in those requirements from SREF as it relates to the interpretation of the actual law.
And I think procedurally, it's critically important that we have a very clear method in terms of how we are implementing this as it relates to the certification, so that if it gets challenged at any point, we can say, well, these are the guidelines in which we've used internally, and they're being applied across the board, no matter who the entity is. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Gordon. Ms. Bartleman?
Want to make sure, I am excited if we can do it in this process. I understand the concerns about the legal fees, and if you can find a way to do it, we need to. And because I don't know how effective it is in the selection process, because we had the one engineering firm that had multiple projects and defaulted on them, and then, but they got other jobs along the way, so I'm not really sure how that happened. And then you had to give them time legally to rectify their issues in performance. And then meanwhile, these jobs aren't done, and they're not even out of the engineering phase. So I want it as tough as possible legally, because now we have this engineer who did nothing. I don't know how much we even paid the engineer yet, out of pocket for nothing. And then we had to, like, I didn't understand that our contract, we had to give them time to rectify it. And in the meantime, projects aren't getting done. And we're already delayed. So we can't have delays because of our vendors. There is no room for delays. So whatever we can do, I'd like to see us do that. And then if there's any way you can look at the contract, unless it's in their contract, that you have to give them time to cure. Like, I was very disappointed in that. We had to give them time to cure, and then they still didn't do it. And the projects weren't done. So if you can look at that end as well, if we have any recourse there to amend the contract to do that. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Myrick, I don't know, I think that one of my colleagues is looking for you to provide some context to Ms. Bartleman's comments. I don't know that you can. I mean, I know that I individually had a meeting about the issue that I think she's speaking about.
Yeah, we've had.
But I don't know if each of my colleagues have had that opportunity, so. I know it's difficult because.
I think most have, but we do have a contractor that we've given an engineer that we've given several jobs to, and they have not been able to perform. And so we have taken some of the contracts away from them and have them work on completing some, but not all that they have. That's been a problem, and we're working on it. Tom, I know, is on track with working with that. He also has been meeting with, on about every other week, meeting on Fridays. He's been meeting with the project managers from HERE and from our staff to talk to them about what the timing of all this is, because I think one of the things that we've heard from the board is that we need to be taking action sooner.
Yeah.
And so he has been working with them and meeting with them so that he has knowledge in a quicker time frame regarding who's behind, who's not behind, what are the reasons, what are we doing to help them and to move them along, or do we need to fish or cut bait? And so he is working with HERE. He is meeting with those people, I think, about every other Friday, maybe every third Friday. So that is top of his priority list to be working on that. There is requirement, I believe, but again, I will check, Ms. Bartleman, regarding giving most of the contracts all say that we have that you have to give a chance to cure. But that timing is pretty quick, and after we give them that time, we need to be acting sooner on trying to maybe cancel some of these contracts. But I know Tom is very active working on it, and with Mary and other people.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm not privy to the conversations that happen. Obviously, we're not privy to the conversations that happen individually in our offices. But to be able to say here with the clarification from you that I know, at least in my conversation, that I was very interested in us moving forward as quickly as possible, and I'm sure my colleagues were as well.
If I may just add to that, I want to make sure that it's important that I state this. So this additional layer of review for the recommendation of pre-qualified contractors would not affect the example that Ms. Bartleman is talking about, because engineers do not get pre-qualified. Therefore, it's a different process. It's a QSEC.
Is there
past
anything we can do then?
So I just want to make sure that because I don't want to come back here and say, but you told us that if you did this, that wouldn't happen, and I want to make sure that there are ways in the scoring and in the rubric and in the QSEC part of QSEC, which is not this is pre-qualifying contractors. This would help us with contractors in the case of non-engineers, but I just wanted to make sure that I highlighted that.
Can you,
I'm sorry.
Heather? So can you
Ms. Bartleman, you're not next. You're out of order. Hold on just a minute. Ms. Good?
Sorry. So thank you for clarifying that. Can you just state why that is? Is it in statute?
Yes, it's a state.
And so I think it's an important part because comments have been made on the dais. Could you just share very quickly why it is that engineers are not allowed to be evaluated, such as what you were mentioning earlier, for non-professional type of
I don't have the SREF. I apologize not having the SREF statute in front of me. I should have had it in front of me to read it, but it's not a requirement for SREF. I believe it's on architects, other types of professional services, but engineers is not one that is part of the SREF to be pre-qualified.
So I'll just ask Ms. Myrick if you could follow up with us, because certain professions cannot be done in that fashion. I think engineers may be included, surveyors may be included. So if we can get follow-up as to where it's delineated, it would be helpful, if that's okay with the chair, if the board is
I would be glad to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
So that was very disappointing for me to hear. So is there anywhere else in the process that you can think of outside of the box so that we don't have vendors who don't do the work permitted to get awarded additional contracts besides when they go into the scoring? Because the scoring didn't work with this vendor. They were able to get multiple jobs after, even though the work wasn't submitted. And so was it we didn't do what we needed to do by sharing that? I know people get to rate people how they want. Is it a permanent score? Bottom line, the bond is behind. We are doing everything in our power to catch it up, and to have a vendor not perform and not submit plans is unacceptable, absolutely unacceptable. And as a board member, and I think all board members, they knew this was a problem. That's why they called us all to meet with us on this one vendor. I mean, this is a real problem when you think about it. And so if you can think of any way to create a policy, amend it, or whatever we can do, because we continue to give work to this person who didn't do the job.
And
the initial job.
And I can appreciate your comments, Ms. Bartleman. I can tell you that as a team, HERE, my staff, we're working to create a performance management review for vendors overall. I understand that part of QSEC and our policy, it includes past performance, which should include whether the past performance is satisfactory or not. So we are in the midst of reviewing and hopefully being able to come up, working alongside legal as well, to come up with some solution for the future. But I think in the case specifically with what you're discussing, legal has proactively, we have taken work away, and they are being monitored and hoping to ensure they are liable for the work that they have taken on. And if not, we will take the legal measures in order for those contracts to be in default, and we will move forward to ensuring we can rehire for that work to get that work moving.
I appreciate that. And do we get compensated? Or I was speaking with them about it. I guess it's a pay.
Excuse me, Ms. Bartleman. I think that because we're off the topic of this particular item, that would, if we could have some follow-up from Ms. Myrick. I think it's been a while since we had those meetings, at least for me. So to where we are in the process, I think would be appropriate to the board. If there isn't any additional board member comment, and I just want to check, Mr. Moquin, did I take audience input? I believe I did. Thank you. If there isn't any additional comment from my colleagues on this item, all those in favor of item E1 say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item E1 passes unanimously. And just to clarify, because I'm looking at the script, so it says we're going to recess for a closed door. We have a closed door, and then we have attorney-client at 1? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and announce the attorney-client, but just for everyone in the room and for those listening, the school board is going to take a recess for a closed door beginning at 12:30. It's scheduled to last until 1, where we will have 2 back-to-back attorney-client sessions, and we will reconvene at 2 o'clock to begin with our presentations again. I am advised that the General Counsel would like to request 2 attorney-client sessions. At this time, I am requesting that all those not attending the attorney-client sessions to please exit the boardroom quietly while Ms. Myrick reads into the record what she needs to read.
Thank you. Ms. Brinkworth, those who cannot stay for the attorney-client but can stay for the closed door should be able to remain in the room, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to request the school board convene 2 private attorney-client sessions in order to discuss settlement negotiations and/or strategy relative to the following pending litigations. Graham Perkovich and John L. Perkovich as a natural parents and on behalf of AP minor child versus Nicholas Cruz, estate of Linda Cruz, James Sneed, Kimberly Sneed, Broward County Sheriff's Office, Henderson Behavioral Health Incorporated, Jerome Golden Center for Behavioral Health, South County Mental Health Center, and Broward County School Board. Case number CACE 19-001507, paren 08, close paren, before the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Heather P. Brinkworth, Chair; Donna P. Korn, Vice Chair; Robin Bartleman, Patricia Good, Lori Rich Levinson, Ann Murray, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, Nora Rupert, Robert W. Runze, Superintendent of Schools, Anastasia Pro-Papadakis, Esquire, Eugene K. Pettis, Esquire, Deborah P. Klobber, Esquire, and Barbara J. Myrick, Esquire. The second session is Laura Menetsko, parent and natural guardian of Danielle Menetsko, a minor, versus the School Board of Broward County, case number CACE 18-009397, paren 25, close paren, before the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in for Broward County, Florida, and Frederick Gutenberg, etc., et al., versus the School Board of Broward County, case number 4D19-229, before the 4th District Court of Appeal for the state of Florida. For explanation purposes, the Menetsko case was changed at the appeals level to the Gutenberg case, but it is the same case. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Heather P. Brinkworth, Chair; Donna P. Korn, Vice Chair; Robin Bartleman, Patricia Good, Lori Rich Levinson, Ann Murray, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, Nora Rupert, Robert W. Runce, Superintendent of Schools, Anastasia Pro-Papadakis, Esquire, Eugene K. Pettis, Esquire, Deborah P. Klobber, Esquire, and Barbara J. Myrick, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client session was properly advertised for today, March 19th, 2019, at 1 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, paren 8, close paren of the Florida statutes. The purpose of this attorney-client session, again, is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or litigation strategy relative to the pending litigations. A certified court reporter will record the sessions. Only those persons noted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. At this time, the School Board of Broward County, Florida will recess the regular school board meeting for a closed door, followed by 1 p.m. 2 attorney-client sessions. The attorney-client sessions will be held in the boardroom on the first floor of Kathleen C. Wright Administration Center, 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33301. The attorney-client sessions will take approximately 20 minutes, and at the conclusion of the business of the attorney-client sessions, the regular school board meeting will reconvene at approximately 2 p.m. Ms. Good, you have a question?
Did you reference the entire board in your?
No, Mrs. Aladoff has agreed that she cannot participate because of pending litigation. These are both MSD litigation cases.
It's just none of that was stated, so I wanted.
Well,
or if it was, I didn't.
no, it wasn't stated, but I've been in discussions with Mrs. Aladoff before she was on the board with her attorney.
I just want to make sure,
It's
because I didn't hear anything. Thank you.
Okay. So this board meeting is in recess until 2 p.m. Thank you.
And we are going to call our meeting back to order with our first presentation by Chair Heather Brinkworth in support of Safe Haven for Newborns. Can we get the microphone for Ms. Brinkworth, please?
Thank you. Every year it is my honor and privilege to bring forth a resolution in support of a safe haven for newborns. And today I am joined here by Nick Silverio, the founder of A Safe Haven for Newborns, and Dan Moran, the Battalion Chief, EMS Division of the Davie Fire Rescue Department. And I'm going to provide them an opportunity to speak, and then I will read the resolution.
Hi, it's an honor to be here today to represent all the fire departments throughout Broward County that have an amazing partnership with A Safe Haven for Newborns. Back in September, we were presented with a Safe Haven case. It was a learning experience for myself, new to the EMS division. Nick was the first phone call that I made, and after talking to him and finding out about everybody that has contacted him, the almost 300 babies that he's been a part of saving from infant abandonment, it's an amazing organization to be a part of. So I thank him for inviting me today and getting the opportunity to speak with you all.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I want to thank Heather Brinkworth for this proclamation and the entire Broward School Board. This creates greater awareness in the Broward community and beyond, and public awareness is saving lives. We've also created a community service app, and I think that's handed out to everybody. The community service app will allow students to be able to take their community service hours wherever they live in the state of Florida. We've selected five subjects. At the very end of the project, they will get a certificate of appreciation and a letter of completion. Through Heather, we were able to make a presentation at Piper High School last week with the honor student group and be able to announce to them the community service app. I want to say that Piper High School was tremendous. The staff were so cooperative and friendly, and they made it for a good day. Public awareness is saving lives. So our mission is to eliminate the ultimate in infant abuse, and that's abandonment. To date, 297 babies have been saved from the dangers of abandonment. 291 in Florida, 5 in other states, and 1 in the country of Honduras. So I want to thank you all again for this proclamation, and thank you for all that you do for the youth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. And I think what he was referring to was the BCASC had a meeting at Piper, and they had the opportunity to present to the student leaders across Broward County Public Schools about this community service app that they have developed. And so I just want to say thank you again, both to the battalion chief and to Nick for the work that they do in the community. We know that a safe haven for newborns, and the ability for someone who is struggling with a newborn and unsure of what to do to leave it at a fire station and have a safe place without penalty is saving lives. And so we thank you both for the work that you do every day. And we read this resolution to honor that. Whereas the Florida Legislature passed Florida Statute 383.50, Treatment of Abandoned Newborns, the Safe Haven Law, in July 2000. Subsequently, in 2001, the Gloria M. Silverio Foundation, a 501c3 Florida not-for-profit organization, started the first major project, a safe haven for newborns, in response to the tragedy of newborn abandonment in Florida. And whereas the foundation started in Miami and today, through public awareness efforts, is in all 67 Florida counties, partnering with the Florida Fire Chiefs Association, emergency medical services, many hospitals, and other organizations and agencies throughout the state of Florida. And whereas Florida law states that a birth parent, mother or father, may anonymously leave an infant approximately 7 days old or younger, and who does not appear to be abused or neglected, in the hands of staff at a fire station or hospital, letting that person know they are leaving the baby in a safe haven without fear of being arrested or charged with abandonment. And whereas many hospital emergency rooms, fire stations, and ambulance stations have a sign identifying their building as a safe haven for newborn station, and whereas the lifeline of the organization is the 24/7 statewide multilingual helpline 1-877-767-BABY, which was initially created to assist young mothers who were considering the safe haven option or wanted to know more about the law. And the organization has grown into helping pregnant girls, women, or mothers in crisis or needing covering a wide variety of issues. And the website http://www.asafehavenfornewborns.com has been established to assist in accessing information. And whereas, as of today, 277 babies have been saved from abandonment in the state of Florida, over 5,000 mothers have been assisted in their time of need or crisis, 65 mothers, their anonymity not a concern, chose to place their baby directly with a licensed adoption agency, 5 parents successfully regained their parental rights, and 4 newborns were saved from abandonment in other states, securing their future. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County, Florida, in conjunction with hospitals, fire stations, and ambulance stations across the state, hereby supports Safe Haven for Newborns and urges all schools, centers, and departments to support this statewide endeavor and help spread public awareness given that at Fort Lauderdale, Florida, this 19th day of March. Thank you. And can we take a picture, please? Oh, sure, you can apply. Our next presentation is a resolution in support of Digital Learning Day. Dr. Diamond needs her microphone, please, at the podium.
There we go. Good afternoon, everyone. We're delighted to be here. Innovative Learning is very happy to be here to have this resolution for Digital Learning Day. It's my pleasure today to reintroduce the resolution that supports the district's commitment to support personalized learning through digital teaching and learning. After the brief presentation highlighting the work done by Broward County Public School and district staff to support personalized learning, Ms. Good will come down to the podium, which she already did, to read the resolution. Slide 1, please. Digital Learning Day is celebrated nationally on February 28, 2019, and it provides a powerful venue for education leaders to highlight great teaching, practice, and showcase innovative teachers, leaders, and instructional technology programs that support personalized learning and improve student outcomes. The aim of Digital Learning Day is to spotlight how the effective use of modern-day technology tools enhance the teaching and learning experience in K-12 public schools. As a district, we have defined personalized learning to mean an education model that seeks to accelerate student learning by tailoring the instructional environment, the what, when, how, and where students learn, to address the individual needs, skills, and interests of each student. In this model, students take ownership over their own learning while also developing deep personal connections with each other, their teachers, and other adults. The role of the Innovative Learning staff is to validate and support technology expenditures by increasing technology use at the school site through implementation models that build teacher efficacy with technology. This is accomplished through directly mentoring classroom teachers, conducting professional development on digital applications, and partnering with school administrators to develop a digital army of willing educators ready to personalize the learning experience and deliver professional development in how to use technology to create personalized learning pathways. The Innovative Learning Instructional Technology team provides instructional support to all Broward schools in the integration of technology and the shift to personalized learning. This 13-person team, some of whom are behind me right now, collaborate with schools to develop and work toward a concrete vision for personalized learning, design and launch customized, learner-centered models of instruction, and develop and implement lessons to better meet the unique needs of learners. Teachers have ability to personalize their learning by choosing to participate in face-to-face, blended, and fully online professional learning sessions for all Broward County Public School digital applications. All of these applications are accessible via the single sign-on Launchpad. Canvas is an easy-to-use cloud-based learning management system that connects all of the digital tools and resources teachers use into one simple place. It integrates seamlessly with hundreds of applications, empowering teachers and students in grades K through 12 with countless tools to make teaching and learning easier and fun. Vocabulary.com combines the world's smartest dictionary with an adaptive learning game to support vocabulary mastery for Broward County Public School students in grades 5 through 12. As students utilize this application, the school earns 1 point for each word mastered by the student. To date, Broward County Public School students have logged more than 238,000 hours and answered more than 46 million questions while using this application. Learning.com's digital literacy solutions help ensure that students are prepared for success in school, college, and the workforce. Broward's use of Learning.com in grades K through 5, Global Scholars, and Digital DLA Classroom provides the framework for building the requisite technology and keyboarding skills for successful future-ready learners. More than 48,000 students and 3,400 teachers have used Learning.com this school year. Discovery Education's multimedia service promotes students' mastery in interpreting, understanding, and evaluating information. Approximately 45,000 students and 5,600 teachers have used Discovery Education content this school year. EverFi's digital instructional resources help teachers to provide engaging, high-quality instruction in critical topics like financial education, STEM exploration, social-emotional learning, diversity and inclusion, and career success. To date, approximately 7,000 Broward students have accessed EverFi's digital content. Newzella's instructional content platform provides engaging nonfiction and current event articles differentiated to 5 reading levels. To date, Broward students have read almost 2 million Newzella articles and completed more than 1 million quizzes. Nearpod offers 7,000 plus customizable standards-aligned lessons for all subject area and grade levels. This application seamlessly integrates with many of Broward's digital applications such as Canvas, Newzella, and Office 365. To date, more than 857,000 student interactions have been recorded within the Nearpod platform. Beanstack is a customized website and app that supports elementary media specialists' ability to create, manage, and measure reading challenges. This application is currently offered in all elementary media centers in Broward, with expansion to middle schools planned for the 1920 school year. Access 360 is the platform for ebooks as part of Broward County Public Schools' partnership with the Broward County Library System. Opting into the Digital Direct card allows students full access to this application. To date, 69,000 students have opted into the Digital Direct card, reading more than 2,700 ebooks using Access 360. Office 365 is a collection of Microsoft Office applications such as Word, PowerPoint, Excel, Sway, and OneNote. Students can use any of these tools to create and collaborate, from writing papers to creating presentations. Flipgrid's, a video discussion platform, was recently added to the Microsoft suite. Evidence of Broward's ability to embrace this platform is seen in many of our elementary school classrooms. 22 Broward middle schools currently participate in the Global Scholars Initiative. This program connects approximately 1,200 Broward middle school students to other participating schools around the world. Participating students learn and communicate about important issues with their international peers. The Innovative Learning Technology team also collaborates with vendor partners to host the quarterly tech meetups. This conference-like professional learning activity brings teachers of all grade levels together to interact with vendors and spotlight best practices for infusing digital applications into everyday teaching and learning experiences. Broward County Public Schools' Digital Army development is centered on the partnership with school administrators to develop digital ambassadors at each school site. The Innovative Learning Technology team leads willing participants through a series of professional development workshops designed to credential these ambassadors so that they can directly support meaningful technology integration and personalized learning at the school site. One such program is the Lighthouse Schools Project for Personalized Learning. 11 schools are currently participating in this initiative. The goal of this project is to facilitate greater student ownership, leverage data to drive targeted instruction, and to use content, both online and offline, to better meet the unique needs of learners. These schools are currently partnering with Innovative Learning and Educational Elements to design, develop, and implement instructional strategies and models that bring us closer to what we as a district envision personalized learning to be. Innovative Learning's efforts to shine a spotlight on successful instructional practice and effective use of technology in classrooms across the district led to a partnership with school administrators to develop a digital army of willing educators that you see on this chart. The Innovative Learning Instructional Technology team collaborates with these ambassadors to support professional learning at their school sites. It's this partnership with our teachers and principal leaders that allow us to highlight great teaching practice and showcase innovative teachers, leaders, and instructional technology programs that support personalized learning and improve student outcomes. Marcia Wagner, principal of Pembroke Lakes Elementary, is an excellent example of this type of leadership. She's worked to create a school culture that supports risk-taking and actively infuses technology into everyday classroom experiences. She leads by example, using OneNote and Forms to communicate with staff. She also uses Sway to produce her school's newsletter. In August 2018, Pembroke Lakes Elementary was the first Broward school to be awarded the title of Microsoft Showcase School. The Florida Council for Instructional Technology Leaders, also known as FICTL, took notice of Marsha's efforts and awarded her the 2019 Innovative Principal of the Year. Let's take a moment to view her video submission.
I became the proud principal of Pembroke Lakes Elementary 3 years ago, and I walked into a Title I school that had been an A-rated school for 13 years. I inherited many teachers who effectively integrated technology throughout the school day, and it really gave me a basis from which to build. My first goal was to work on our learning environments in order to make them highly collaborative classrooms that were rich with critical thinking experiences and driven by technology. Within my first year at Pembroke Lakes, I learned about the Microsoft Schools program, and I felt it was a fitting next step for our school because it would provide our faculty with the professional development we needed to strengthen technology integration. I have to be honest, as soon as we became a Microsoft school, I had my eyes set on becoming a Microsoft Showcase school because I knew that having that passion paired with the newly acquired skill set would catapult our instructional practices. We are the only school in Broward County and one of 5 schools in the state of Florida. Innovation cannot exist without risks and without failure. So our culture of innovation is really built on mindsets.
She doesn't shy away from any innovative programs that are being introduced, and that has made a tremendous difference in the culture of our building.
She brought a culture of try it, and it's okay if it doesn't work the first time. The tech PLCs have been driven specifically by what teachers want to learn about.
We use the technology integration matrix in order to gauge where we are with the use of technology in the classroom.
So Ms. Wagner recognized the value of using digital classrooms, allowing the teachers to maximize and personalize students' learning and utilize the digital resources, the online instructional materials, and a plethora of other digital tools available to them.
Allowing our students to take home their devices and access their curriculum through the Canvas learning management system allows us to support our learners beyond the school day.
When something is difficult, you use problem solving and improvising, and that's what you do in this program of coding. All the effort and the cool things that can happen, and the music it makes you feel good.
We do like robots, like Ozobots. We get to code them, and then we do like another kind of robot. It's like the WeDo.
Using technology, we collaborate. It's a lot easier, and I think it's a lot more fun.
I'm super excited that Ms. Wagner is being nominated for this leadership award. I think it's extremely deserving of someone who, again, empowers children, empowers her staff, and uses technology in the best way possible.
I want our students to have the most exciting learning experiences, and most importantly, I want them to feel loved.
So Ms. Good, would you be kind enough to come up and read the resolution and give Marsha this recognition?
Ms. Wagner, why don't you join me up here? Maybe we can read it together.
Okay.
And so for my colleagues who may not know, this is Marsha Wagner, the phenomenal principal at Pembroke Lakes Elementary, and as you just heard, was given that prestigious award. And I think as on behalf of the board and the superintendent and just the entire district, we can't be prouder of you and everything that you do. So why don't we, I'll start with, again, this is a resolution in support of Digital Learning Day. And again, this is something that the entire board supports, whereas Digital Learning Day is a national observance sponsored by the Alliance for Excellent Education through the Center for Digital Learning Policy, and
whereas digital learning has provided a powerful venue for education leaders to highlight great teaching practices and showcase innovative teachers, leaders, and instructional technology programs that are improving student outcomes.
What a perfect paragraph for you to read. See that? And whereas Digital Learning Day encourages all administrators, teachers, librarians, media specialists, principals, parents, community members from public, private, charter, and homeschool settings to share what they learned, and
Whereas digital learning encompasses many different facets, tools, and applications to support and empower teachers and students in the learning experience,
and whereas Digital Learning Day provides a venue for education leaders to highlight teaching practices, instructional technology programs, educational software, and mobile apps that improve student outcomes, and whereas Digital Learning Day promotes the effective use of modern-day tools afforded to every other industry to improve the learning experience in K-12 public schools. Now therefore be it resolved that the School Board of Broward County declares and proclaims February 20, 2019 as Digital Learning Day. And again, we wanted to incorporate Ms. Wagner's award within this presentation because so much of what she does includes, you know, obviously the digital learning component in Pembroke Lakes Elementary, and this is such an important part of every one of our schools, evident by the list of programs that we use throughout our district. And we also have, we wanted to provide, Ms. Wagner, do you want to call up your family? My family, please stand up. We have district staff family, and we have her family as well, so you want to ask them to come up? All right. Yeah, he's like, I'm here. And I want you to know that the City of Pembroke Pines also recognized Ms. Wagner, and her son got to go sit in the mayor's spot on the dais and just start that meeting off. So I know he's used to the limelight here. You want to introduce your family real quick?
Sure. This is my amazing husband, Christopher Wagner, my 10-year-old son, Austin Wagner, my 5-year-old son, Jackson Wagner. I have my in-laws, Carl and Linda Wagner, here from Wisconsin, and my grandmother, Ida, who helped raise these guys for me while I was busy working and they weren't at school.
Awesome, awesome. And again, to our amazing district staff that work so hard each and every day that are also here with us. Again, this is a certificate of recognition for her 2019 Innovative Principal of the Year Award to Miss Marsha Wagner, and it was, again, on behalf of the entire school board. So we congratulate you and thank you for your hard work.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And Madam Chair, if we could just do a very quick photo, all of us together. Absolutely. No problem.
That way. Thank you. So now we will have the Coordinated Student Health Services Food Pantry presentation.
Madam Chair, board members, and Superintendent Runcie, I am Gail Adams, Clinical Nursing Supervisor in the Coordinated Student Health Services, and we'd like to thank you for this opportunity to come before you to present our wonderful food pantry. And I was reminded that today is Certified Nurse Day, so thank you. Raise your hand if you are hungry right now. Is there anybody in this room that's hungry? Everybody ate? Okay. Many of you can easily satisfy your hunger by just walking down the street and buying food, or even ordering out with Uber Eats, or something that you can get from your favorite restaurant. For millions of people in America, it's not that easy. Here are some facts about hunger in the United States. 1 in 6 persons in America face hunger. The USDA defines food insecurity as the lack of access at times to enough food for all household members. Food insecurity exists in every country in America. In 2013, 17.5 million households were food insecure. More and more people are relying on food banks and food pantries. 49 million Americans struggle to put food on their table. More than 1 in 5 children is at risk of hunger. Amongst them, African Americans and Latinos, it's 1 in 3. 40% of food is thrown out in the U.S. every year, or about $165 billion worth of food. All of this uneaten food could feed 25 million Americans. We will now hear from our board member, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, and we'd like to thank her so much for standing in support with us.
Thank you to my colleagues, to Mr. Mokman, to all of you, and thank you to this wonderful staff that leads this department and provide this most needed service to our community. As I think about what we do with our food pantry, I'm reminded of the 155,000+ students that we have that are free and reduced lunch students. I'm reminded of the amazing decision that this board made several years ago to repurpose Lauderdale Manors and have it be a place where we provide services that not only help our students, but also our community. At the food bank, a lot of the distribution is made to our students, to their family members, but also our seniors in that area use this service a lot. Oftentimes we think about food insecurity and hunger, we think about specific ethnic groups and children and single-parent families, but it goes beyond that to include a lot of the senior citizens that are now challenged to live with the low means that they get each month from Social Security and sometimes retirement. This food pantry also provides hygiene items to individuals that come there as well, stuff like washing powder and paper towel. And although these things may seem minuscule, they are major because they are budget items. And when you think about managing a household with very limited funds, if you can go and get a basket of food soap powder, or anything that you can eliminate from your budget, it frees up money for you to do other things. And a lot of our families in our schools have emergencies. If someone gets sick, a tire gets flat, or there's an expense that comes along with living, and a lot of us, we deal with it too. Being able to go to the food pantry and get a basket of food kind of helps balance you out. We recall the recent hurricane where things were shut down. I think we was closed from school for a couple of weeks, and that's a major impact on a family's budget, because the 2 or 3 students that you normally send to school to get 2, and in some schools 3 meals a day, you're now having to provide that food at home. The food pantry really helped out during that time to be able to provide food baskets and foods for the community. And even when we received students from Puerto Rico that were here being housed at a particular hotel in Western, the food pantry was able to also assist with donating food items and hygiene items to those as well. So I commend this department. I thank this school board for our relationship with the community, that we reach out into the community and try to put things in place that's going to help our students be holistically healthy, whether it's the caseworker, the social worker in the school, whether it's the clothing bank. And today we're highlighting another aspect of what we provide to the community through this awesome food pantry. And I would be remiss if I didn't thank the many organizations that sponsor and help us with this work, like Feeding South Florida, Farm Share, Target, Winn-Dixie, Fresh Market, and the list just goes on and on. So I commend this department for this work. We're very grateful for their work. And I'll leave you with this final statistic. During the fiscal year of 2018, the food pantry served over 3,000 families and over 11,000 individuals. Thank you so much to the staff that operate the food pantry for all the great work that you do.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. At this time, I'd like to introduce to you our pantry warriors. We call them warriors because our pantry would not run if it were not for these individuals. They work every day, they stock, they pick up, and they're women. And so I'd like to introduce to you Janice Edward and Adele Augustine.
Greetings, everyone. Thank you, Gail, for that such warm introduction. The food pantry is located at Lauderdale Manor's Early Learning Resource Center, 1400 Northwest 14th Court, 33311. 33311 is one of the most undeserved communities in Broward County. The food pantry began in 2015 when Coordinated Student Health Services relocated from KCW to that location. Upon being there several months, they determined that the area was in need of food, as it was a food desert. Being a department of nurses, they thought, how can we encourage and promote healthy eating when there is no opportunity in the community to encourage persons to eat healthy? Also, the economic status of the community was taken into consideration. Let's face it, it's very expensive to eat healthy. That is when the vision of the food pantry came into fruition. The food pantry is open twice a month, every second and fourth Thursday, and is also open to the community between the hours of 12 and 5. The food pantry will also embark on a new program, the USDA program, sponsored by Feeding South Florida, that would allow the pantry to be open every week to service families identified by social workers. The food pantry not only serves the community by distributing food, they also have various vendors present to assist the families, such as Swim Central, Sunshine Health, Health and Education, and we also have healthy food demonstrations. I would like to introduce Adele Augustine.
Hello, so at this time we actually have a PowerPoint with pictures of our experience through the life of the food pantry. So that is me and Genesee in our pantry warrior outfits. In the next slide, you will see that we normally do our pickups at Feeding South Florida. This is one of our major contributors. Mike, he also works in this building from Casey Wright, and he has assisted us greatly when it comes to going out there and doing those pickups, because as women, you know, it tends to get harder when we're lifting certain boxes and learning to even use a pallet jack. So the next picture you'll see is our distribution day. We actually have grown so much that we are able to transform Lauderdale Manor's, the cafeteria area, into a whole fresh market area. So anyone would be able to come in and they're able to choose whatever item they feel as though they need, or, you know, some individuals who come in, they would even ask us, what is, like, what was the, I think it was a type of broccoli, summer squash. They're not even aware of certain vegetables that are out there, and they would even ask us, you know, what it is. So our next slide is actually our vendors. We have, as you heard, we've partnered up with many different agencies like UF, where they provide food demonstrations, especially on how to cook the vegetables that these individuals are unaware of. And they're able to teach them about nutrition and what's good for their bodies, and also even about diet and exercise. Our next slide, life in the pantry. So when it comes to life in the pantry, for example, even today, me and Genesee were up at 6 in the morning to drive to Feeding South Florida in Pembroke Pines to do a pickup. From that pickup, we went to Target to do another pickup, loading the truck. As you can see, most of the times the truck is filled to capacity. And now we're here today presenting before you guys. We had to change our outfits, fix our hair, fix our makeup and everything just to be presentable before you. So in the next slide, this is actually when we first started back again, when it was time of Hurricane Irma. We got a lot of donations from different partnered agencies, and we had to sort everything out because everything came in banana boxes mixed together. We would spend days just sorting out. As you can see, we are sweating. So in the next picture, you will see just the bulk of all the things that we collect. We accept donations from schools. Also, during our Thanksgiving last year, I believe, Casey Wright, they were able to donate, I believe, 10 boxes or I think 12 boxes of food towards the pantry, helping families out during the Thanksgiving season. And in the next picture, this is us again as pantry warriors. Gail is our primary supervisor, and even also our director, Mrs. Bino. She comes out and she rolls her sleeves and say, hey, you know, what do we need to do to get this done? And we are so thankful for the both of them. In the next picture, you will see the boxes, as I mentioned previously, of how Casey Wright, thank you so much for everyone in this building who contributed to the Thanksgiving drive, because this really impacted our families, especially around that time of the holidays. In the next picture, again, you'll see our setup. We receive meat products, we receive produce, snacks, and also with the new USDA program, we'll receive even more products to serve our communities better. In the next picture is a picture of our volunteers. At that time, I was the happiest person on earth because we had 5 gentlemen who actually came out, volunteered, and helped us, you know, pack our shelves, move the boxes, even use the pallet jack, and basically assisted us on that day. Now we're going to have a short video of our students who actually came out from Dillard High School sharing their experience of the pantry. I think we're having some technical difficulties. But basically, these students came out from Dillard High School, and they were able to assist us when it came to our distribution days, which are, we normally usually see about 200 to 250 people coming in with their families, and that's not including, you know, the parents and the kids. These are just individuals coming in and signing. Also, last but not least, how can you get involved? Even though, you know, financially, of course, everyone would want donations when it comes financially, but your time is as important as what comes out of the pockets. Any moment, you know, you're able to come out 5 minutes, 2 minutes, even on distribution day, to be there to assist, or even come out and see what's going on and say, hey, I remember you guys. You know, it means a lot to us. So we do have forms. How can you get involved? Whether it's a contribution or whether it's your time, we appreciate both. So I do thank you. And Gail? Genesee?
Thank you. At this time, I would like to introduce Lisette Lewis. She's one of our agents, or one of our vendors who come out to set up.
Good afternoon. Here representing the University of Florida, we have partnered with this pantry, and we work under our grant, the USDA grant. We provide instruction to the customers who come into the pantry. We give them lessons about how to prepare the foods that they're receiving. We show them how to cook it. We give them different ideas. We work on them using exercise also in order to maintain a healthy body. So the Family Nutrition Program provides research-based nutrition education to whomever comes through that pantry on the 2 Thursdays a month that we go to assist. This involves teaching, demonstrations, and tasting. And I'll give an example. She mentioned the fact of some of the vegetables. They are not familiar with them, so they walk by them because they have no idea what they are. So we try to coordinate with Genesee what vegetables are coming in and prepare those type of demonstrations and tastings for the customers. Also, this past week when we were there, they just kind of walked by the chickpeas because they looked at them and chickpeas, we don't know what to do with them. So they were there, they were left. So their next plan of attack is we're going to prepare a couple of dishes with chickpeas so that they can taste and we can show them how to do it. So that's the whole purpose. It is difficult to purchase healthy foods. The pantry is providing it for them, and University of Florida, through the USDA grant, we then teach them what to do with what they're receiving. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to introduce Mrs. Bino, the Director of Coordinated Student Health Services.
Thank you. I would really like to commend my staff. With this vision with the pantry, we started struggling. We had a few cans, we had no meats, we had no vegetables, and I said, we really need to look at how are we going to promote health and wellness. And the only way we can do that is by providing healthy foods. And they took the challenge, both Genesee, Gail Adams, Adele, and some other nurses who are not here today, and took the challenge to say, we're going out to really recruit and build up partnerships. And when I stand here today and look at the presentation, and when I go into the pantry to assist and look at the fresh fruits and vegetables that we are providing to the community and for the children, it really touches my heart. I want to share just 2 minutes a personal story because hunger touches across all barriers. When I was my first year in college, got married my first year, had my daughter, we were struggling. And my husband worked a full-time job. He also worked a part-time job in a grocery store. And really quick, my dad decided to send my grandmother to help me, not knowing that would be an additional person to feed, and she was a healthy eater. So instead of a 2-adult household, I had a 3-adult household. And it was a stigma to really go back to your family and say, you are struggling. And Herbie, I remember, he was the manager at this supermarket. My husband worked at nights, and said, you know what? I know about your family, because we developed a relationship. And when things were, breads were day old, when fruits were damaged, and I even remember eggs that where the cartons, some of them were cracked, and individuals didn't want to buy the dozen egg because it had one cracked egg, which I do now. No, I don't want that box. I'll close it back. But back when I was in college that first year and I got those dozen eggs, I was excited. So I have a passion for this. I volunteer in the pantry, and my husband, who is retired, come and volunteer and helps out. And so hunger is something that we don't talk about every day, and even people that are struggling with it do not share that. So I commend my staff for what they have done, and not only providing the food, but also the education, because that's important. The American Psychology Association have recently showed in research that adolescents and children who are hungry, the suicide rate is higher, and also their educational outcomes are very poor. When children have to worry where food is coming from, they are under duress and they cannot focus on anything else. So I thank you today for this, allowing us to present to you, and we have some gifts for you today that we've brought forth. Thank you again for this time.
Thank you. Would you like to take a photo?
Yes. Can I ask a question?
Sure. Ms. Korn would like to ask a question.
I'm sorry, just 2 questions. The form to fill out to be able to get involved, either to make a donation or, where is that? Because I've looked on the site, on the school website, and I haven't found it.
We can actually email it to you today.
So, but as just somebody in the public, if I wanted to get involved, to donate or to get involved personally, is that a form we can put online
Yes,
for the
we will
future?
put it online.
So it's not
Yes.
there right now?
No.
Okay,
We'll put it
perfect. And then secondly, when you do that, if you can just include what age ranges.
Okay.
Because I'm sure you probably have some type of restrictions in terms of how old you want students to be there.
Yes, yes.
Perfect.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to take a picture. Yeah.
And now we will have the resolution in support of concussion management protocols, including neurocognitive testing for high school student athletes, with Ms. Rich Levinson.
It is my privilege to be here. We have not presented this in quite a few years, and just to give a little background, March is National Brain Injury Month, and 7 years ago, I was approached by one of our mothers, Diana Brett, whose son had suffered multiple concussions, and after unsuccessful treatment, excruciating headaches constantly, he chose suicide. And so her mission is to protect kids who suffer concussions and prevent them from suffering this same pain. So when she reached out to me, I reached out to our then Director of Athletics and Student Activities, Damian Huttenhoff, who we all miss all the wonderful work he did for this district. He has since passed away as well. And we began a committee, Broward County Public Schools Sports Medicine and Student Wellness Committee. And we started this committee in the 2011-2012 school year with Ms. Brett, Nova Southeastern University, Memorial Healthcare, and Broward Health. And we brought the March 2012 resolution in support of concussion management and neurocognitive testing for high school athletes. We were one of the first districts who actually did this before this was something that was really talked about and recognized. That was 7 years ago. And we began with spring football in 2012, and all student athletes were required to take a computer-based baseline neurocognitive test, and our partners provided the test and assisted in its implementation. And if a concussion is suspected, the baseline is used to help diagnose and effectively manage a concussive injury. So since 2012, the committee has worked on increasing awareness about concussion management and the danger of concussions, including prevention, symptoms, and treatment to our students, parents, athletic directors, coaches, teachers, guidance counselors, staff, and administrators. And our partnership has been expanded to include Cleveland Clinic and Holy Cross, as well as the Broward County Athletic Association. And now the focus is not only on high school, we do baseline testing for our sports in high school, but we will soon be including middle schools as well. So at this time, I'd like you to hear from some of our partners, but first I'm going to introduce to you Sean Serra, our Director of Athletics and Student Activities, who has continued this work that Mr. Huttenhoff began.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Good afternoon, board, Mr. Moquin, Ms. Bonnigbrook. It's a tremendous honor to be here. About a little less than 3 years ago, I was appointed Director of Athletics, and I inherited not only a blueprint, but a model when it came to a lot of things, but especially when it came to sports medicine, concussion protocols, and procedures. I want to compliment and really applaud Ms. Levinson, Damian Huttenhoff, and Dr. Russo, who was with Nova Southeastern University back then, for blazing a trail for Broward County Schools. We were one of the first school districts to enact a protocol when it came to the management of concussions. Since I've been in this role, I've been blessed with an outstanding leader that's my boss, who has given us unconditional support, who has really pushed to not only stay on the course, but take it to the next level, and Ms. Leslie Brown, and I want to thank her for everything that she has done for our office and for this committee. Rocky and Jen couldn't be here. We were trying to put together our track meet today, one of our 43 special events. They wanted me to tell you thanks for your support, but they're dealing with rain right now. As far as the leadership, like I mentioned with Dr. Russo, when he left, there was a lot of uncertainty because, like Ms. Levinson mentioned, in 2011, he was part of the pioneer group, but we were very blessed to have Dr. Posey step up at Nova Southeastern University, and they are amazing, and she's going to introduce her team, and she has some talking points, but what they have done over the last 2 years that I've been in this role with Nova, with her as leader, they've paid or found a way to pay for all the concussion protocols for Broward County schools. They run the clinic. They give us timely data. Just can go on and on. So I want to thank her. Some of the things that are new, we, for the first time in the history of the program, we had a certified doctor on the sideline for every varsity home game for football. This is the first time we were ever able to accomplish that. I have to publicly thank Dr. Al DeSimone, who also helps behind the scenes with this committee, for his efforts. We launched and continued to support the program and the committee that was established in 2011. Like Ms. Levinson mentioned, we got middle school concussion protocols that we're going to be hopefully the first school district in the country to have it in the high-level impact sports. We also are pushing to create programs at the school to educate kids on Stop the Bleed and do CPR training for all. We find that that's going to be critically important, not only for the safety and wellness of the kids while they're on campus, but even beyond. But you can't accomplish all these initiatives by yourself, and I want to publicly thank Aston Henry, who is here. He's the Director of Risk Management. He's been doing a lot for this committee, and especially in the last year, attending a lot of meetings and giving us opportunity to grow and get better, especially when it comes to real-time reporting of student injuries. The last person I just wanted to publicly thank before I turn it over is I went a little bit above there, but Mr. Millian. He has done such an such a phenomenal job leading us with the committee, but also for the very first time we have a sole proprietor that is providing services when it comes to the U18 as far as the athletic trainers across the county. We have 29, we have one in each high school, and under his leadership, he has taken us to another level. I mean, the level of communication, support, commitment, and training that he's providing not only the athletic trainers, but also the athletic directors, and taking time to meet with the principals to make sure that everyone's comfortable is greatly appreciated. So without further ado, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Millian, who is our athletic trainer liaison, but also the administrative director of sports medicine services at Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital.
Good afternoon, everyone. So at this time, I'd like to follow Sean by thanking him. A lot of the work that we're doing cannot be done without his leadership and support. I'd also like to thank Ms. Brown for your support as well, and Ms. Levinson for always being there and supporting us and supporting our ideas. The committee is unique. We started, as it was mentioned before, with Broward Health, Memorial Healthcare System, and NOVA, and we've expanded this committee to now include Holy Cross and other organizations like the Florida Panthers, the Miami Dolphins. And at this time, I'd like to introduce some of the members of the committee, if I may. I'm going to have Dr. Posey stand up from NOVA. If you can, I have Dr. Isaac from NOVA and Rudy Joseph from NSU. From Holy Cross, I'd like to introduce Dr. Coletta, who's here with us, and Samantha from Holy Cross as well. Mr. Gabe Casanova from Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital. Dr. Fizikis from Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital. And Kaylin Stella, who's our CEO at Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital. That's my boss, so if there's any complaints, that's who you speak with. So again, the committee is unique. It's a multidisciplinary approach of physicians, physical therapists, athletic trainers, all bringing different perspective in healthcare with the focal point and goal of the student health and well-being as a focal point. That's what drives this committee. We've created subcommittees within the committee in order to ensure that our work continues to move forward. We created a subcommittee on education and public education, where we're creating educational videos on sports injury prevention tips that are going to be based on a sports season and going to be disseminated via social media. So we want to make sure that student athletes have a platform in which they can be educated on how to manage and prevent injuries while they're participating in sports. We have a subcommittee that was created to educate teachers when it comes to their role with the management of concussions. As you know, concussions are typically managed by the physician first, but it takes a team to really manage the injury. And it takes a physician that's well-versed and trained in concussion management. We have several of them here with us. It takes a physical therapy team. It takes the education of the parents and their involvement, and it takes the teachers in the school to ensure that they follow through with school accommodations that are needed to really rehab an athlete back from a concussion. So we're creating some tutorials for teachers to be able to go through education every year so that they understand the importance of their role when it comes to treating concussions. And a lot of this we have to make sure that we can fund. So we did create a budget subcommittee to ensure that we maintain the funding necessary to fund the high school baseline neurocognitive test. We're expanding now, as you heard, to the middle school, so we want to make sure that we properly fund that. We want to make sure that we fund other ideas that we have. Sean mentioned CPR. We want to make sure there's CPR training for all students. That can save a life. And we want to make sure that potentially in the future we can possibly purchase some heat illness monitoring devices. So that's another avenue, another opportunity that's available. A lot of these initiatives are overseen by our athletic trainers, which again I thank the board and the school district for the support of electing Joe DiMaggio Children's Hospital to provide you guys with the 29 athletic trainers for all of your high schools. But beyond the services that the athletic trainers provide, we're doing other work to ensure that it's a comprehensive approach within the district. So we're working closely with Sean and his team to standardize protocols when it comes to how we manage heat and lightning safety to ensure that in any school, everybody's following the same protocol, the same direction, and we're all kind of steering the boat in the same direction. We've introduced and implemented already several medical emergency action plans to ensure that, again, every school is on the same page as to how they respond to different emergencies at the high school. We're also are in the process of switching the way we document injuries to an electronic platform that's FERPA approved, that maintains privacy, to ensure that the proper folks within the schools and at the district level are receiving the proper real-time communication when it comes to certain injuries that are taking place at the schools. So that's all work that we're doing. We're very proud of the work that's being done. We're working very uniform. And again, our North Star, as someone mentioned earlier today, is the focal point on the student well-being and their health. At this point, I'd like to introduce Dr. Posey, and she's going to say a few words. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Alessandra Posey. I'm the chair of the Sports Medicine Department at Nova Southeastern University, and as you've heard already, I've had big shoes to fill. But I can't be more excited of the position that I'm in and the support that I have around with Sean and Ms. Levinson and Ms. Brown and the board, that you guys have been so great about helping us implement everything that we have going on with our committee. I know that Tony alluded to how we work as a team in our committee. We also do that at home, where we are in our sports medicine clinic, do a multidisciplinary approach. So we really pride ourselves in making sure that we get the input from everybody, and we really involve everybody in the betterment of our student athletes. So that comes from the physician evaluating, from the neuropsychologist evaluating the neurocognitive aspect, the physical therapist taking on any vestibular ocular rehabilitation that the patient may need. We're also bringing in optometry into our clinic for any vision therapy that patients might require. So that team approach is very important in how we manage concussed patients. Just like we do it as a committee, we also do it at the clinic level, just like all of our partners do, which we really do, I think, a great job at all these things. I think also one of our biggest highlights, in addition to being part of this committee, is also the fact that we're able to secure funding for the impact baseline testing, like Sean alluded to earlier. I think that's a huge thing for our Broward County school athletes, that we can do a neurocognitive test like that and get something baseline to how each athlete compared to themselves in the event that they do suffer a concussion. We're not using a standardized measurement tool. We're actually matching them against themselves, which is very nice. So I want to thank you so much for having us here. It's a pleasure and honor to work with the committee and with everybody in our group, and we're super passionate about continuing the work that we've been doing. Again, like Tony alluded to, our goal is to improve and educate not only the parents but our student athletes. So thank you for your time, and I hope that with this resolution we can make a lot of changes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Posey. We're thrilled to have you take over for Dr. Russo, who really helped us spearhead this. And I want to thank you. Tony has been with us. He's our chairman of the committee and has been with us since the very beginning. And want to thank the entire committee for how it's grown, the direction it's taken, and their passion for making sure that our students have the best services available and that we are educating our community about sports injuries. So thank you all for coming today, and we'd like to take a picture with you.
It happened. That's the most important thing. Yeah.
All right, nice big smiles on 3. 1, 2, 3. His head is in the way. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful.
Okay, at this time, we are going to proceed with the remainder of the agenda. Oh, Ms. Good has asked me for just a moment to make a comment.
Just very quickly, thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing me to just make a very quick announcement. Earlier today in Tallahassee, we were proud to announce that Miss Michelle Kefford from Flanagan High School was chosen and received the Principal Achievement Award for Outstanding Leadership State of Florida Principal of the Year. So I got to say that the Principal of the Year for the state of Florida is from Broward County, Miss Michelle Kefford.
Thank you.
We hope to do a presentation in the weeks ahead. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that good news being delivered to us. All right, so we have a few items left on the agenda. So we're going to start with EE1. May I have a motion and a second, please? Moved by Ms. Good. Second by Mrs. Aladeff. Audience input on EE1. Seeing none, board member comment on EE1. All in favor of EE1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item FF1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on FF1. Seeing none, I have Mrs. Aladeff.
Thank you. So on the second page, towards the bottom, the first bullet point, it says that the mathematics adoption is suspended and the ELA adoption is postponed until the standards review is complete. Do you know about when that would be complete?
So, good afternoon, Board. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. So I have some information from a presentation given by the new Chancellor this morning. He made an announcement that they do anticipate putting out the draft new standards in September or October of 2019 for potential legislative action in the beginning of the session for 2020. If they are aggressive, which has been what the trend has been since January with the new administration, we can expect that both the standards and potentially the assessments could change as early as fall 2020, with the assessments changing in spring 2021.
Okay, so I was just wondering how that would affect what we're approving today with the Go Math, and so it's $8,563,278. Would we still be using that, or this would be additional, or it would replace it? How would that work?
So, wonderful question, and thank you. Unfortunately, on February 5th, there was a conflict with yourself and the superintendent having to be at a presentation in Parkland, and we did let the board know at the previously scheduled board adoption item that this possibility could occur. And at that point, I updated the board and the community, and would like to update the community through the board even further today. The new governor made an announcement through executive order to review the standards. We have consumable materials that, regardless of what standards are there, students, particularly in the elementary years, need to use. Whether we go with the previously adopted materials and continue, which is a recommendation that we are moving forward now, or we were to adopt new materials, we would have to do expenditures for this school year and next school year. The state has suspended the adoption in a formal way of any new materials. Some districts are choosing to change their adoption anyway. We are concerned that changing to new materials now and then having in potentially as early as 2 years to change to yet new materials again would be too burdensome given on the teachers, given the need for professional development every time you do any change. The previous adoption of Go Math was problematic for the first several years because they were adopted off the FCAT standards. In the middle of that adoption, we went to FSA. A lesson learned from that process is go to the standards once they are adopted as quickly as you can and avoid unnecessary changes in materials in between changes to standards. So I'll let Dr. Diamond refer to the specifics on the $8 million and how that's broken out.
Well, to also piggyback on what Mr. Gold just said, even though they might go ahead and shift the standards, it's going to take our publishers some time to actually create the textbooks for adoption. So to continue using our math, the current math material is really the right way to go. And elementary and secondary learning are really focusing on working with staff on developing better pedagogical practices in the delivery of math instruction. Did you have a question regarding the $8 million specifically?
No, I saw your email, and once the review is complete, the cost would be about $16 million.
If we would have gone with the review process that we did for the math, it would have run us about $16 million to purchase all new materials. Since we're not purchasing new materials, it's costing us the $8 million plus to get the consumables and the digital. That is for the entire 3 years, though we're paying everything up front.
Okay, but so maybe in the third year, we might have an overlap with the new standards.
It could be. We really don't know.
So we might need to purchase additional books.
In the third year, we will actually do a math adoption, where we will review the new textbooks with the new standards for implementation the following school year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Just to clarify, we're buying for the 3 years. We're not going to be buying in the third year more books. I just don't want the public to think that we're overlapping purchases.
Correct.
We will just be reviewing for what the purchase will be when this purchase is done. Perfect, thank you. And to the conversation, which I know I had with staff previously, is where we start talking about digital versus the actual textbooks themselves. And the reality that as much as we would love to go full digital, we're not there. And even having just the class set, which interestingly was brought forward with our diversity committee, having the class set in the media center isn't enough for some of our students. And even having at minimum a class set in every classroom. My own children have computers, they have internet, but there are times in which it is not accessible for whatever those reasons are. I think it is very important that we have those those actual physical textbooks. So with that comment, in this purchase, what does this give us in terms of sets and physical textbooks for students?
The consumable books are what we're purchasing, and so each year you'd have to get new consumable books. The textbooks are already in the classrooms. What we do annually is we open up a database, the principals tell us what they project they need, we order based on those projections. So if there is a gap that they need more textbooks, we will get those for them.
But is that in this purchase, or that would require an additional
That would
spend?
require additional spend.
Okay. And then on the digital side of the purchase, I think we haven't really talked about it as a board very much up to this point, but the reality is we're at a point of refresh. We're at a point where our computers, although we brought ourselves to a 2-to-1, is quickly going to end up falling off of that 2-to-1. And at a significant pace, potentially, because of the fact that we did replace so many in a short period of time. So I'm looking for staff to come and present to us how we're going to be, how you at least are recommending we tackle that issue. But beyond that, in how we tackle it, it is important for me that our teachers each have classroom sets. And I know right now we have media sets, and I know that we're trying to get them in the hands of individual students, but teachers cannot teach if they do not know that they have actual sets for them to be able to use on a daily basis. If it's a set in the English department and they're constantly trying to figure out, well, who's got those computers that day, you're not going to really formulate your learning around digital learning. So as we project as to how we're going to bring ourselves, additional computers and go through that refresh, I would like us to keep in mind that whatever our strategy is, it is critically important for our teachers to use digital learning as their method of delivery. We have to make sure that those computers are available for them in the classroom. For me, above sending the computers home with students. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson?
Along those lines, I've had several requests. I know I've spoken about it in our budget adoption process, that this is critical, that we take care of this computer refresh, get the various options available, and make sure we begin rolling it out this year coming up. We can't afford to wait any longer. And then my other comment was on the consumables. I still hear from teachers from time to time that they don't have enough consumables for every student. I want to ensure when we approve this that every student gets a consumable book every year.
Yes, we will make sure that that happens. We're ordering it so that they will have it. And if there are gaps, the principals need to definitely inform us, and we will order it for them.
Okay, well, we need to make sure that that is happening. I
Okay.
hear that each year, that the principal is supposed to let you know, but there's still something happening with the translation there. So we need to ensure.
We'll make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of FF1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. FF1 passes unanimously. Thank you, staff. May I have a motion and a second on item I-1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on I-1? Seeing none, I have Ms. Korn.
Thank you. So my question here is related specifically to our conversations around the potential for extending the calendar for our campus monitors, as well as potentially security specialists. So, and I'm trying to see where, I know campus monitors and I believe security specialists are also on this list,
186.
right? Yes, thank you. So we talked about, for training purposes specifically, whether or not we would be able to extend those calendars. Was that considered in what's in front of us now?
It was not.
Okay.
Specifically, the job description will be coming back. Eric Chisholm, Director of Talent Acquisition Operations, non-instructional, Calendar Committee Chair. The job description, once they are approved by the board, I know there was a lot of discussion around the campus monitor, the security specialist. We will bring back this calendar, the calendar specifically for those. We can't do that now because we don't know specifically where those professional development days will be identified.
Okay.
But we will be able to bring that back.
Okay, I just didn't want us passing this without identifying that that's something that we have, I know, in the works. So,
And the
okay.
calendar committee group has had great conversation around it, so we're
That was all,
prepared.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a note here that Ms. Rupert was intending to call in for this item. Do you know whether or not she's on the line? Okay, well, if it's not this item, perhaps it's the next, but I just want to see whether or not she's on the line. Okay, thank you. It's been indicated that Ms. Rupert is not on the line. Any additional input from my colleagues on item I-1? Seeing none, all those in favor of I-1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I-1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item I-1?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn. Second by Ms. Bartleman. Audience input on I-1. Seeing none, I have Ms. Bartleman, Mrs. Alhadeff.
So I was curious because, is it on?
Yes.
Okay. No one spoke to me about this item or told me about it or even let me know if I was going to be part of it or am I part of the training or what is this? And I was kind of concerned that we didn't have a discussion on it. And I guess, is everyone permitted to attend? And there are Florida School Board Association programs and others, and it was just a shock to me to find this in the agenda, that people can just do this and not even contact me as a board member to see if I'm interested in this or if there's a discussion and enter into a contract without having, but maybe it was planned that way? I don't know. It's just very weird.
No, I don't believe that that was the intent. I'll let Ms. Myrick speak to the item.
As you, well, if you all remember, as of July 1 of this year, a law was passed last year that goes into effect July 1 this year that says that any travel a board member does within the state of Florida that's going to cost over $500, it has to be approved by the board. And any travel outside the state of Florida over $500 not only has to be approved by the board, but has to be itemized as to what their expenses are. So this is before you because this this Summer Institute is in the end of July, and the deadline for registering for this is actually last week, but we got an extension because it needed to be approved by the board. And all other districts, Miami-Dade, whose board member is president of the Council for Great City Schools, it's coming before their board also. So Ms. Levinson is your board representative to the Council of Great City Schools, and in discussion with her and getting this on the agenda, because we wanted to make sure, Ms. Levinson and I talked with the superintendent, we might want to make sure we were doing it legally according to the statute. I suggested that we consider sending at least 2 board members. It's kind of expensive, and that maybe it would be appropriate to send not only Ms. Levinson, but either the board chair or the board vice chair. So I did speak to Ms. Brinkworth about that, and she said that she thought that was a good idea and that we could decide at a later date whether it is Ms. Brinkworth who goes or Ms. Korn, given that probably, not 100%, but probably Ms. Korn will be your chair next year. And so, and I believe the superintendent is also going. In communicating with the Council for Great City Schools, it's my understanding that it's been sold out. We have reservations, I think, for 3 people, but it has been sold out, and there is a waiting list for people to go. I also thought that this was an opportunity, and one thing that I know that we do in my office, and I think other departments do it, is when you send people off to conferences, they come back and make a presentation to the other staff in their office to teach them what they learned. And so part of this, this item is to actually have Mr. Runcie, Ms. Levinson, and either Ms. Brinkworth or Ms. Korn come back and do a workshop with you all before school starts, and to share with you what they learned, to provide you the information that they learned, so that in many ways the entire board can have the access to it. At this point, I don't think any other board members could go to this because it is sold out. You probably could be put on the waiting list if you wanted, but we realize, you know, it's not the cheapest thing in the world, although they did get the price down for the tuition, which also includes your lodging. But anyway, so that's why it's on the agenda, and that's why it's here. And these things are going to have to be before. I mean, if you think $500, nobody's going to go to FSBA, stay for more than one night, and it not be over $500. So going to those kinds of meetings throughout the state, going to other kind of things, whether you all just went to Tallahassee for Broward Days, all of those things are going to have to come and be approved by the board.
I knew that law, so I'm cool with that. It's just that I didn't have any explanation, nor was it offered, like the decision as to who goes or who doesn't go, or any background, or no one called me to say, by the way, I'm putting this on the agenda. It is, you know, at minimum $8,400.
No, it's $6,900 out of your all's budget. Mr. Superintendent Runcie will take it out of his own budget.
Guess what? It's all the budget for the children.
Oh,
So
you're right.
I don't care what budget you want to pull it from. It's money that is school board money, taxpayer dollars. So I don't care whose budget it's coming from. It's coming from general fund. It's general revenue. I just wish somebody would contact me or let me know or tell me about this or just anything, just not to get it on the agenda without a heads up or an explanation or let me tell you about this. So that's it. But it's fine. I'm fine. I'm just upset that nobody explained it to me or how the decision was made, who would go and who wouldn't go, and things like that. And I can't talk to any of you except here. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I'm very confused as to the request that I just heard from my colleague. We don't have individual explanations for each and every item that comes before this board unless we happen to have a planning session ahead of time, and this would be the time we have the conversation. I mean, it's not as if there's a secret. As soon as you ask the question, the information was shared as to the reasoning why, and this would be your opportunity. But instead, to take that information and then to somehow glean that someone did something inappropriate or didn't do it in the way you would have liked, this is how we do everything on this board. Things come on the agenda. If you have a question, you have the opportunity to ask staff ahead of time, which many of us often do, or ask here at the dais. If we're lucky enough to have it in a planning session, then we're able to divulge it ahead of time. But I've never had staff individually come to me or have an expectation that individually staff is going to come to me on each and every item because I might potentially have an issue. If a staff member wants to sit down with everybody, then we can. but we've never given a directive for this type of requirement. And in terms of attendance at these types of events, often the individual who, as a board, we appoint is the person who attends. And if there was a point in which we wanted to have a conversation that you as an individual board member would like to attend, this would be the place to do that. I totally understand when we question either all of the information coming to us or something along those lines, but to question the fact that you weren't specifically asked about this one item of attending when this would be your forum to do that, I'm very confused, and I'm not sure how staff leadership would be able to take that item and know how to act the next time.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I'm going to go to Mrs. Alhadeff before I go back to anybody for a second comment, because she was on the list, and I apologize because I said that you were next, and then I called Ms. Korn.
So in the financial impact, it doesn't say where the money's coming from. And I know Ms. Myrick just said from the superintendent's budget. Is that, where is it coming from?
No, I believe the board has their own budget for their offices and their travel. So for the board members, it would come from their budgets, which is general revenue dollars. And the superintendent has a budget for his office, which includes travel and secretaries and office supplies, as yours does, and his would come from there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes. I know that Dr. Osgood and I have attended NSBA events, even though I think I may be the appointed representative. Ms. Murray attends numerous events, and usually we're made aware either through the organization that the events are available to us, especially when they pertain to professional growth opportunities. I don't recall, because that's how we know to register and attend. I don't recall ever seeing this. At this point, though, this particular invitation, and I read all of my stuff, and I did not see it, number one. Number two, even if another board member wanted to attend at this point, there is no opportunity because it's sold out, because it's so late. And so I think when it comes to board professional development, when there are opportunities, I would just like the superintendent or Jeff or somebody say, hey, there's this great opportunity, are you interested? As opposed to not letting all of us know that the opportunity exists. And there was no way for me to know about this opportunity, and now that it's on the agenda and it's sold out, and the agenda item is only authorized for so many participants, even if somebody else wanted to attend, they couldn't. And I'm not saying that this event I want to attend, but I just want to make sure that things are fairly done and presented to all board members for an opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Good? I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood, you'll come after Ms. Good. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Good.
So, thank you, Madam Chair, and I think it's a great opportunity. I, for one, have never attended the, if I did, it was probably at the beginning with the Council of Great City Schools. So I think that typically, I know our appointee attends, and then this opportunity, I guess, has expanded to, again, the chair and the vice chair have absolutely no issues with that. And I think that, and I mentioned it before, Madam Chair, I think that we would greatly value from having the Florida School Board Association come and do a board leadership session with us as a board. I think it would be great value to us as a board corporate, the way that we present our views on this dais. I think that there was no ill intent here. And probably if we were individuals that often attend these sessions, that probably would have been, something that staff would have taken into consideration, especially if it's known that we as individual board members attend certain conferences on a routine basis. And what I recall is that it's usually the board appointee with an occasional other board member attending. So I'm very comfortable with this, and if the opportunity arises where the board chair or the board vice chair cannot attend, then I think, Ms. Bartleman, this would be the opportunity for you to state on the record that you wish to attend. And I think that, that's why we're here. I think we should voice our desire to participate in something that we think has value. And I certainly would be very amenable to Ms. Bartleman attending the conference if any of the other two board members could not attend. I think that would have been the more appropriate comment in my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Dr. Osgood?
Thank you. I am excited to see this item and any opportunity for professional development for any member of this board. And I'm going to just throw this in the mix. It may be opportunities for professional development that does not come through Great Council of Great City Schools, FBSA, or any of those type of organizations that we are affiliated with. I think that each board member should be given the professional courtesy of looking into and selecting the professional development that they need for themselves as individuals. And as a colleague, I would be amenable to respecting their wishes. We're all at different levels of our life. We all have our own specific expertise. We all have areas of deficit that we might want to strengthen. So I don't want to be boxed into some of the association meetings that I go to, being that I've been the CEO of a nonprofit for 17 years, is a total waste of my time. I don't learn anything new or anything different that I hadn't already had in a workshop with the Community Foundation or some group previous to being on the board or while on the board. So I think as professionals, we have to give each other the courtesy of being able to select professional development that's going to help us grow as professionals, just like we do with the staff. I don't want to be regimented to a particular group when it may not benefit me. Certainly we can all learn at any time, but I would like the flexibility to choose whatever that professional development is. Harvard has other opportunities that come available on the different, whether it's nonprofit, whether it's business, they have these training in these weeks. Somebody on the board may decide they want to go on the business track. And I would like to feel comfortable, if that was my decision or your decision, bringing it to the board and having it discussed and getting the support. So if for example, Ms. Brinkworth chose something and she brought it and it's not even an organization we ever heard of, and she thinks that it's going to strengthen her as a board member and it's within the guidelines, I think it's appropriate. So I don't want to see us get boxed into, we are affiliated with different groups, whether it's CUBE, Council of Great City Schools, and I could just go on and on about those groups, but the group that may benefit me in my professional development may not benefit Ms. Good or Ms. Al-Hadab. And I think that we have to individually make sure that if we're going for professional development, that we are attending the meetings, getting the information, and I like the idea of coming back and presenting it, you know, to the board in a format, and that way we all get the information. So I am happy to see professional development for board members, however it comes to us, and I think we have our budget for our board office. As long as we're not over that budget, then I'm in agreement with the training being taken. And when these opportunities come online, sometimes you don't know about them until the last minute. I know I get stuff from CUBE and other groups, and I have like 2 weeks to respond, and sometimes I don't because they didn't give me enough time. So I don't personally feel like anybody was hiding anything. This is a new process for us. We have certain people that are our representatives on certain groups. If we want to make a policy decision now to say that when these opportunities come up through those groups, we would like, if any registration takes place before we're able to have a board meeting, to at least hold slots for the chair, vice chair. I think that's kind of for us to decide. So going forward, we'll have those bookmarks already in place, and then we can have the discussion, as well as have the discussion about who else, if somebody else want to go. Because normally our protocol is we go to the chair, the vice chair, whoever was chair last, and whoever was chair, and that's been the way that we do things, whether it's speaking to the public on behalf of the board. So we have had that. So now that we have this new rule, we need to discuss what that's gonna look like, because if we don't take it to that detail, say Ms. Bartleman wants to be the next person to go, and me and Ms. Aladaff might wanna go as well. So now we have to make a decision, are we gonna fund everybody, or what the process is gonna be for the person outside of the representative, the chair, and the vice chair. And I think because this is new, we can take it to a workshop and come up with something fair that fits for everybody. But I want to make sure that we include an opportunity for someone to attend professional development that's not in any of those groups that they feel is really going to strengthen them as a board member.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mrs. Alada?
So just going back on the financial impact, I think to be as transparent as possible, if they could write in there that this is coming from the school board, money for allocation towards professional development. And, you know, I don't even know, is it each school board member gets a certain amount or all of us get a certain amount? And then how is that decided? Just first come, first served basis of who can go on this professional development, or it's decided by the chair? So I'm not really sure.
Okay. Well, I can tell you it's not decided by the chair. In my experience, in my time in this seat, I've never made a decision about that. Ms. Levinson has a comment.
I just wanted to thank you, Dr. Osgood, for your comments. This was something that was sent out in February, so it was a last-minute thing, and this is the first time we've had to do this, so this is new to all of us. So I think your suggestions, and yours too, Ms. Good, about we need to sit down and figure out how to do it in the future and how we're going to handle it for all the professional development. This was something that was on a tight time schedule, and since it was happening right after the new statute that goes into effect July 1st, that's how it came about this way. But I think we need to talk about it as a board so that people can pursue the professional development that will benefit them and the students in our district.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. And what I will say is that when Ms. Myrick came to ask me about the need to bring an item like this based on the statute that was going to be in place before this travel would occur, and for it to happen in a timely enough manner for any registration to occur, there was a request because of the subject matter that's going to be included in this particular Council of Great City Schools and the Harvard University faculty members at the Leadership Institute to address board relations, board interactions, board efficiency, that she thought it was appropriate that the board chair would attend, and I said I would prefer that it read the board chair or vice chair, because I think that would be appropriate. I just don't know, Ms. Myrick, if there is, in the event that neither I nor Ms. Korn would be able to attend, would this item provide the flexibility for someone else to attend?
I believe so, because, yes, I would believe so. We might have to bring it back to another item to say that this person's going to go, but I think as far as the Great City Schools, the council, it would be fine. We have 2 reserved slots. I think that would be fine. We might have to bring it back if another individual was going to do it, but we still have the 2 slots. We can still pay for whatever we need to pay for, and we can move forward. But I would bring it back for the new person if one of the two of you can't do it.
Okay, and then I agree with the comments by Dr. Osgood and Ms. Good and Ms. Levinson just mentioned, because this is a new law and this is something that is going to be affecting all of us from July 1st forward, and I'm not sure, because we're not privy really to who's going to what. It's difficult for us as board members to know, and I agree with Ms. Bartleman's comment about we should have probably some process that we provide, the ones that are standard, like we get CUBE and we get an SBA and we get FSBA, but rather than them coming individually from those entities to us, we probably need to have a standard process that we say whether or not we're going to attend. Obviously, we're going to have to do that because there's going to have to be a board item that's generated for it. So it's going to take a lot more thought than it has in the past, and I think having a conversation at a workshop, Mr. Moken, I know you don't want to hear that because we've got a lot of workshop items, but I don't think it has to be a lengthy conversation, but we do need to have a conversation about what the process is going to be, because it is a change for us, and we want to make sure we're prepared given the fact that it's going to go into effect July 1st. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
My last comment is this is the inaugural class of this Summer Institute, and if it is as valuable as I believe it's going to be, it may be something we want to do as a board next year. So it's something we would discuss and move forward that way, you know? So we'll see how it proceeds as it continues.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
I also think when we're building in the process, we should build in a mechanism that when you're the representative on whether it's CUBE or FSBA or whatever it is, and you are aware of trainings like this, that you send it to the secretaries to make sure that everyone has the opportunity. Because
Well, we can discuss that when we discuss the process.
Right.
I think that's a good idea.
And so if anything comes up between now and whenever that workshop occurs, because we have like 6 million
Good point.
workshops, I just hope my colleagues will send out information to all of us, and whether it would be up to us to take advantage of it or not. But if we don't have the knowledge or know that there's an opportunity for us, that's the issue. And that's my point of today.
I also just think that you all need to keep these things in mind as you are getting things and things that you normally go to. Like I just said, FSBA, many people go to that, and you know, more than one night, you're going to come up with, you know, going over this threshold. So you need to be able to do it far enough in advance.
Okay, thank you,
Before
Ms.
you put your money down.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Good.
And just to clarify, Ms. Myrick, this is only if district funds are utilized.
Well, I'll have to look at the statute. Let me look at the
Could
statute.
you let us know?
Yeah, I can look at it
if
real
it's- 'cause
quickly. I don't
Sometimes
think it
we may
says
go
that.
to conferences locally, we may choose to pay
Yeah.
our own way, and I just want to know if it's required during that circumstance.
I would guess that it's only when district funds are used, but
If
I'll
you could
look right
follow
now.
up, would that be okay, Madam Chair, and my
Yes.
colleagues? Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment on item II1? Seeing none, all those in favor of item II1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Is that Ms. Korn on the line?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you. Let the record reflect that item II1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ1?
So move.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on JJ1? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Aladev.
Thank you. How much money is coming out of the reserves for JJ1?
Danny Jardine, CBRE here. For item JJ1, there are no additional funds coming out of the reserve. This is currently budgeted.
Okay, then what is the $131,000?
That is, I'm sorry, repeat your question, please.
What is the $131,000?
That is the pre-construction amount we're paying Purtle to do the pre-construction services during the design phase of the project as our CMAR.
Okay, so,
Sorry, Ashley Carpenter with Atkins. The $131,000 is actually coming out of SMART program reserves, and obviously the numbers on here, the big numbers on here, are representing what will happen in the future when we go to construction, which will also be coming out of SMART program reserves.
okay, and what is the $131,000 allocated towards?
There are several deliverables throughout the design process that the CMAR is doing constructability reviews, value engineering, cost estimating, that he provides those services every step of the way. And I think it's at like the 30%, the 50%, the 90%, and the 100% documents. Then he goes and develops the GMP that's submitted for board approval. And he's paid a dollar amount for each one of those activities.
So the board received an email from Ms. Marte on March 18th, and she told us that our projected SMART reserve balance is $2.5 million. I wanted to ask Mr. Runcie, but he's not here. But so my concern is with all of these projects coming over budget, and we only have $2.5 million left in reserves. How are we going to move forward?
So I know that Ms. Marte has an item that's coming to the April, when is it, April 5th? April 9th? April 9th board meetings, and we're gonna be doing some, based on the new baseline schedules, we're gonna be doing some adjustments to the DEFB, and that exercise in accounting will free up monies, but I'll let Ms. Marte explain it better.
You already did, sir. So, as Judy Marte, Chief Financial Officer, so I have two items that I owe the board. One is a memorandum outlining where the funds will come from for the 70% risk assessment memo that you received from Mr. Giraldi. And then the second one is, as Mr. Moquin said, the first item that will be in front of you at the April board meeting is to take the re-baseline data that facilities provided to my staff and correctly align the projects into the year they're going to happen. So, in effect, there are projects that the board has already approved and tied up funds that now won't happen until next year or the year after. So we're simply decommissioning those reservations of funds that we don't need yet to replace them with the rebaselining and put things in the order, and we will readjust the DEFP accordingly. So it has, that exercise has a zero fiscal impact. It's simply realigning stuff to when it's going to occur. And we will have all the detail of all the projects that align to that baseline for your review.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
And I just wanted to clarify, my understanding from this is it's the original amount that we approved for Northeast, just moving from fiscal year 20 to fiscal year 19, the $131,000.
Yes.
That's all it was?
That's all it is.
Okay,
It's not
thank
gonna-
you.
It's not ultimately going to cost more money. It's just how the money's going to be spent.
Thank you. And do you have any additional questions? My only comment was a thank you to Ms. Marte for providing the update to us as a board after we vote on these items. And I think it's important for us to keep in mind, you know, when I first came to the board and we did the budget process, I was always talking about carryover dollars. And in essence, that's kind of what we're talking about here. We have money encumbered that we know we're not going to spend in the next year. So it's going to provide us an opportunity.
Oh my God.
It's my thing. So I appreciate very much that you're going to take a hard look at the schedules and when the dollars are actually going to be expended. And it's going to be important to this board in moving forward to getting this SMART program done. Is there any additional comment on item JJ1? Seeing none, all those in favor of item JJ1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ2? Moved by Ms. Good. Second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on item JJ2. Seeing none, board member, yes, Mrs. Levinson.
Yes, I just had one question here. On the fire sprinklers, it said that there was a $500,000 increase, but instead of doing building 1 and building 7, only building 1 is being done. So how are we over when the other building is supposed to be subtracted?
I'm not sure I can give you a very good answer right now, Ms. Levinson. Let me research it.
Ashley may be able to. She hopped up there.
Why, she's smiling, so.
She may have something in her sleeve.
I'm just going to check one thing on the fire sprinklers.
Okay, because that was written in the backup about that, so. And if you don't have the answer today, if you could just send that to us, please, so we would know why that is.
We'll give Ashley a minute here. I think she'll.
Well, part of the challenge that we have here is when we're sprinkling the backside of the campus in Building 1, we have hallways that have hard gyp ceilings that we're having to open up and put the sprinkler piping above the existing ceiling. So there was a significant amount of money that's being spent to do that. We're looking at some alternatives to do some value engineering after the fact and look at running the sprinkler lines exposed below the hard ceiling so we're not tearing all that out.
Well, we will take a look at that.
Yeah, I
and
would
get it
rather,
back.
I would
Yeah,
rather
we'll
go
get the
back and
exact
provide
information.
the exact reasons why the change rather than speculate.
Okay,
We'll get the exact information for you.
thank you.
Any additional comment from my colleagues on item JJ2? All those in favor of item JJ2 indicate by saying aye. All those opposed
Aye.
say no. Item JJ2 passes unanimously. Let the record reflect Ms. Corn was on the line for both votes for JJ1 and 2. Mr. Moquin, it looks
Thank you.
like that's the extent of our agenda. Oh, yes? Ms. Good has a comment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to bring up some, during this time, right before school lets out, sometimes we have the opportunity for some unique presentations. I know that within this month, again, I mentioned or referenced earlier Ms. Kefford with her Principal of the Year, and I know we've had some schools win some state championships, and I believe there's, we have a filled agenda with presentations within the next couple of months. I was going to ask the chair if she could look at the opportunity of maybe having presentations just until we finish this school year, maybe more than one meeting to afford us that opportunity to recognize, again, and I'm talking about true recognitions of major accomplishments such as, a school within our districts winning some type of championship, acknowledgement, like I mentioned, of a Principal of the Year, some key success stories that I think it's important that we take the time to acknowledge it. So I don't have any other opportunity to bring that up. I wanted to bring it up here today and see if there was any ideas that you, Mr. Moquin, or staff would have. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I actually have, it's been a dilemma for me as the chair. I will tell you, because requests are coming for really important recognitions that I believe need to occur. And unfortunately, June is the only date that's available, and that's when school is out and students and teachers are not at their schools. One of the things that I had asked Mr. Moquin is whether or not there would be the possibility to perhaps cut our presentations from 15 minutes to 12 minutes and reserve a presentation or two that would be open each month so that when those things come up, we would be able to add them. I'm certainly open to the idea of adding a couple of presentations. I think today was an example of one where I minimized the time for my presentation to help accommodate, and I think that I've asked in the future we're going to be recognizing, like you said, some of the state basketball championships that have been won by Broward County schools, and it's important to recognize those things. And I think that for right now, until we have a different type of process, we probably need to accommodate it through shortening whatever we can. Ms. Levinson has a question.
Yes, I had a suggestion. Could we possibly look at picking a date in May where we could have 3-4 hours, a half day? I know Mr. Runcie had mentioned this a while ago, where we would have presentations, but we would just have end of the year presentations highlighting some of these accomplishments in our school for a half day, like from 10 to 1 or 10 to 2, where we
Right.
could bring in the students while they're in school and recognize those accomplishments.
That's something that I had considered, but I will tell you, even today in your presentation honoring the bus driver who, in her, selfless act of heroism, saved those children certainly from injury, if not worse. And knowing that the city of Fort Lauderdale is going to be doing a recognition of some of the teams that we represent here, and they're probably going to do it before we represent them, that's problematic. And so I think we need to look for something that's a solution that is not waiting till the end of the year, but we need to find a solution that provides us an immediate way to recognize, because I can recall last year when you recognized an employee from facilities who had rescued someone.
Right.
And so I just think we need to provide that latitude here on the board so that we have that opportunity, because there are things that we know are great things that are happening in our district that we don't want to wait 2 months to recognize.
But I think we could do both. I don't think they're mutually exclusive. Those where we feel we need to do it right away, I think your idea is great. But those where we can wait a month or two and do it at the end of the year, maybe we can add something to our own schedules to recognize.
I'd be open to that, yes, certainly. I think Ms. Bartleman had a comment, Ms. Good has a comment.
Well, I guess because we are closing in on the end of the year and we're going to run out of time to do all of this, if we don't go with the half day, I mean, I'd be willing to cut down my presentation. I don't even know if I have much left, but if we cut them down to 10 minutes. And the other thing that takes a lot of time are the pictures. And I understand we want the pictures, but that's like usually like we have to find a better way to streamline the picture process, because sometimes the picture taking is longer than the presentation based on how long it takes. So if we can figure out how we can streamline everything, maybe we could try to fit in a couple more presentations before the end of the year.
Okay, Ms. Good?
Yes, I guess I'll say this, and I also wanted to recognize our social workers, and I'm glad Mr. Runcie was able to do that today during his principal's report, during his superintendent report. And I think we have those momentous occasions when we take the time to acknowledge groups of employees. I think it's critically important that we take the time to do that. I think many of them value those opportunities. I think where we could minimize some of the time allocated for the presentations, I think, is when presentations turn into more of a, get expanded to highlight the operations of a division or something that we do as a district. So I think that those types of presentations can be done when school's not out, and those opportunities for highlighting our students and staff, that has to be done during the school year. We should take the time to do that. So maybe there's a way of looking into minimizing the time. I'm more than amenable to do that. I think that we need to cut down the time, and everyone needs to buy into that. And but I think that we need to also share with staff when they participate in those presentations, or they participate with us in those presentations, that they understand they need to minimize a little bit more about the sharing of information, that could be maybe done in a different way and not utilized here during the forum. So I mean, at board workshops, we have those opportunities for staff to highlight some of their highlights within their departments and some of their successes. But I think board meetings, although we do some of that, we really need to focus in on some of the things like you mentioned with regard to the schools within your district and Dr. Osgood's district, because I know that the employee that we highlighted today, that Ms. Levinson brought forward, the bus operator, she was acknowledged in the city of Tamarack. So I just think, and we're not going to always be able to do it as quickly maybe as they do, but I think we definitely have to do something. So I would appreciate your leadership, and anything you suggest, I'd be more amenable to do it.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
Yes, and I think it's a good opportunity for us to because since I've been on the board, I've always had the question as to what is our intent for board presentations? Is it to celebrate accomplishments, or is it to highlight the work of the staff? And I think both are valuable, but I think we kind of use the presentations interchangeably. We recognize certain resolutions and certain thematic days that go on throughout the year as a way of bonding and motivating the staff. We recognize various accomplishments, and then staff bring forth great work that they're doing to showcase that work. So I think we have to find a platform to do it in. I would be very open to doing some of it at workshops sometimes, and then doing the celebrations. But I do think we have to give ourselves, as my colleague said, an opportunity to do something quicker, because we are getting killed, in the community when you get invited to go to a recognition and you haven't given the recognition at the board meeting. So I don't know if it's identifying a time, like having that option on the agenda where we just block out a time, like how we kind of do committee reports. We know that at some point in the agenda, we're going to have those committee reports. If we need it, we have it. If we don't, then we don't use it. But I definitely agree with that we have to do something. And we kind of just killed with state championships this year, and I'm saying Broward County in general. So, we need to think about even how we're going to do that collaboratively. Do we bring all the groups, one group? And I think, we can work together so that it's manageable for us and for the students. And I really want the students and employees to feel like really celebrated, not that you're just coming and we're kind of just going through this little routine thing and getting them in quick and out because we're looking at the time of the presentations. It kind of puts you between a rock and a hard place when you have employees doing outstanding work and you're looking at the clock like 3 minutes, you know. And then sometimes we get impatient because we have the whole agenda still left. So whatever you can think through with the staff, Ms. Brinkworth, I would be very grateful to you for that. I think we're having so many successes now that we have to put something in place.
Thank you. And so in my conversations, in my ongoing conversations with Mr. Moquin, if you all, it seems to be, everybody seems to be agreeable to paring down the time, the length of the presentations, and we'll have further discussion about maybe some other opportunities that we can provide. But I definitely, what I will commit to do as chair for the rest of this year is I will do everything in my power to make sure that we recognize as quickly those that are time sensitive, because it is, I think for us it's important as a board to recognize our employees and our students as timely as possible, especially when those are other entities in the community are trying to recognize them as well. So Mr. Moquin and you and I will work on that going forward. Is there anything else?
Yeah, Heather, I have one more suggestion.
One more suggestion, Ms. Bartleman?
Until we get it, the other thing I don't like to always do, like if we're gonna do teams and stuff, we have the capability to go to the school live, and that prevents the students from missing their classes, because sometimes when they get here, it turns into a whole day. I mean, I've seen kids that come here for presentations, and they're rushing because they're afraid they're not even gonna be able to get lunch, because they have to be fed lunch before they go home, but they miss the cafeteria time. So we should capitalize on that ability to use the whatever it is, the camera, internet, whatever we're using, and go to the school. And I know it's an honor to come here, but I mean, immediately after a championship, we could have, the very next meeting, we could have had the kids on the basketball court here and we could have been cheering them on, instead of waiting like 2 months to do it. And not only that, you could make it really cool and have our staff show highlights of the game and then go to the kids. And they're just, it's out of the box. It's not something we've done, but there are ways we can do different things like that, which would work and be very cool. So.
All right, thank you for that. I'll take all of that under consideration. Any additional input on that? Okay, so we have completed the business of the agenda today, and I thank you all. This meeting is adjourned.